The stadium is never truly quiet until the echoes of the crowd have dissolved into memory. For 90 minutes, or sometimes more, the sound is deafening chants, cheers, the crack of helmets, the thunder of pads colliding. But eventually, the lights dim, the fans file out, and what remains is a silence that feels heavier than the roar ever was. It is in this silence that the true story of football begins. Not in the touchdowns replayed on national television, not in the highlight reels, but in the unseen costs carried home in bodies broken, in minds that will never recover, in families who never understood why the person they loved seemed to vanish long before their time. This is the silence of the invisible warriors, men who gave their youth, their health, their sanity for a game that asked everything of them and returned only fleeting glory. They are not the legends etched in bronze outside stadiums. They are not the faces replayed endlessly on Sunday nights. They are the forgotten, the damaged, the men who paid a price that no cheering crowd could ever comprehend. When we speak of football's heroes, we mention championships, trophies, Super Bowl rings. But when the last whistle blew, when the helmet came off for the final time, so many of these players discovered that what they had sacrificed was far more than anyone had warned them. The crowd never saw the swollen knees that turned into crippled walks. They never saw the headaches that refused to fade. They never saw the moments in kitchens and bedrooms where wives, children, and parents realized the man before them was no longer the man he had once been. I've studied these men. I've walked through the statistics, the stories, the obituaries, and I cannot forget their names. Mike Webster, Junior Seau, Ken Stabler, Andre Waters, Terry Long, Dave Duerson, Gene Hickerson, Ray Easterling, Ralph Wenzel, Demarius Thomas, Vincent Jackson, Frank Gifford, Dwight Clark, John Mackey, Chris Henry, Kevin Turner, Joe Van Belcher, Cookie Gilchrist, Johnny Sample, Steve McMichael. Each one a warrior of the game. Each one a life marked not only by triumph, but by tragedy. Some of these men were champions. Webster was the anchor of the Pittsburgh Steelers dynasty. The man who snapped the ball to Terry Bradshaw, the quiet force in 4 Super Bowl victories. Yet, after retirement, he was found sleeping in his car, his mind torn apart by the disease that would later be called CTE. Seau was the smiling linebacker who defined an era, a relentless presence on the field. Yet his final act was to put a gun to his chest, a gesture meant to preserve his brain for the doctors he hoped would finally see the truth. Andre Waters, a safety feared for his aggression, ended his own life at just 44. Terry Long drank antifreeze. Dave Duerson left behind a note requesting that his brain be studied. These are not isolated tragedies. They are part of a pattern that has stretched across decades, linking men of different teams, different eras, different positions, all bound together by the same silent thread. It is the thread of a game that celebrates violence, glorifies toughness, and conceals the lasting damage that comes with it. But to understand the depth of this story, we must go beyond statistics. We must step inside their lives to see the moments that define them, to feel the roar of the stadium as they once did, and then to sit in the silence when that roar faded away. Take Junior Seau. On the field, he was unstoppable, the heart of the San Diego Chargers, a player who seemed born for the game. Off the field, he was generous, beloved, larger than life. But as the years passed, something shifted. Friends noticed the mood swings, the anger, the depression. He would disappear for days, return as if nothing happened, then spiral again. His body bore the scars of 2 decades in the league, but it was his brain that carried the deepest wounds. When he ended his life in 2012, the shock rippled across the NFL. His death was a headline, but his suffering had been invisible long before it became news. Or consider Mike Webster. To younger fans, the name might mean little. But to Pittsburgh, he was Iron Mike, the standard of toughness. After football, though, he drifted. He forgot simple things. He would vanish for days. He lived in cars, in train stations, in cheap motels. His brain, when finally studied, showed the damage of thousands of subconcussive hits. He became the first NFL player to be diagnosed with CTE, the man whose life forced the league to confront a truth it had long denied. Dave Duerson's story is equally haunting. A Chicago Bears legend, a man who lifted the Lombardi Trophy, Duerson seemed to embody success. But by 2011, his life had unraveled. He struggled financially, emotionally, spiritually. And in his final moments, he made a decision that revealed both his despair and his courage. He shot himself in the chest, leaving a note asking that his brain be sent to scientists. When the results came back, they confirmed what he already knew. He was living with advanced CTE. His death became evidence in a growing case against the NFL. Ray Easterling, Andre Waters, Ken Stabler, the list grows longer each year. It is not only Hall of Famers or Super Bowl winners. It is the journeymen, the special teamers, the men who played a handful of seasons and disappeared into the margins of memory. It is the men whose families speak of sudden rage, confusion, depression, a personality transformed by years of silent trauma. We celebrate football for its spectacle, for the beauty of a perfect spiral, for the crunch of a goal line stand. But beneath the surface lies a hidden history of men who were broken by the very game they gave their lives to. They are not invisible because they lacked talent. They are invisible because once the lights faded, their suffering no longer fit the story the NFL wanted to tell. What does it mean to give everything for a game? What does it mean when the cost is your mind, your body, your family, your very sense of self? What is left when the roar of the crowd turns to silence, and all that remains is a broken man walking through the wreckage of what football left behind? Over the course of this documentary, we will walk through these questions. We will look closely at the lives of these 20 men and the larger themes that surround them. We will examine the medical discoveries, the lawsuits, the broken promises, and the haunting stories of players who seemed unbreakable until the game itself broke them. This is not a highlight reel. Tis not nostalgia. Tis not celebration. It is an unflinching look at the price of football, told through the lives of those who paid it most dearly. The silence after the crowd fades is not empty. It is filled with the echoes of men who gave everything, who bled and broke for the game, and who were left with nothing but the consequences. Their stories demand to be told, and tonight we will tell them. When we speak about the National Football League, we rarely talk about what lies beneath the roar of the crowd. We remember the touchdowns, the highlight reels, and the trophies polished behind glass. We celebrate the heroes who rose on Sunday afternoons, unaware, unwilling to admit that many of them carried scars that would never fade. This documentary is about those scars. It is about the invisible Warriors players who gave everything to the game and paid a price that no applause could ever erase. To understand their journey, I must first set the stage. Football in America has always been more than a sport. It is a cultural ritual, a test of manhood, and, for some, a ticket out of poverty. Since the 1920s, when leather helmets barely softened the blows, men have sacrificed their bodies to a game that promised glory, but often delivered silence and suffering in the years that followed. From the muddy fields of the Great Depression to the billion-dollar stadiums of today, one truth has remained constant. The game takes more than it gives. We are not here to tell a sanitized history. We are here to speak about men like Mike Webster, the Pittsburgh Steelers center whose mind unraveled after a Hall of Fame career, leaving him homeless and broken before his death at just 50 years old. We are here to remember Junior Seau, the linebacker whose infectious smile masked a torment that ended with a gunshot in 2012. We are here to understand Ken Stabler, the fearless snake whose daring on the field cost him dearly in the quiet years after. But this story doesn't end with those headlines. It extends to Andre Waters, the Philadelphia Eagles safety who once hit so hard he was nicknamed the human missile, yet later described his brain as a prison before ending his own life. It reaches to Dave Duerson, who left a note pleading that his brain be studied for science, a final sacrifice to warn others of what the game had done. It touches Dwight Clark, whose catch in 1982 defined a dynasty, but whose later years were haunted by ALS that some doctors believe was linked to repeated head trauma. The list goes on, and each man deserves his story told. Ray Easterling, who slipped into the shadows before his life ended in despair. Forrest Blue, a 49ers lineman whose brain was later found riddled with CTE. Curtis Brown, who left behind questions about the intersection of mental health and football. Jovan Belcher, whose tragedy forced the league and the public to confront uncomfortable truths about violence and trauma. And then there are the stories of men like Chris Henry, who at just 26 was diagnosed posthumously with advanced CTI, a chilling reminder that the disease doesn't wait until old age to strike. Justin Strelczyk, whose drive into oncoming traffic at 36 became a grim emblem of the sport's toll. Demaryius Thomas, who brought Denver glory only to suffer seizures and brain injury in the years that followed. Vincent Jackson, found dead in a hotel room, his brain also scarred by CTE. Philip Adams, whose violent end shocked the league and the nation. These are not statistics. These are human beings, flesh and blood, fathers, sons, brothers, teammates. They are joined by Frank Gifford, the golden icon of a different era whose posthumous CTE diagnosis shattered the illusion that older generations had escaped the game as darker legacy. They are joined by Terry Long, whose mental decline ended in a tragic death. They are joined by Kevin Turner, the fullback whose ALS became another warning flare for a league slow to act. Together, these 20 men, Webster, Seau, Stabler, Waters, Duerson, Clark, Easterling, Blue, Brown, Belcher, Henry, Strelczyk, Thomas, Jackson, Adams, Gifford, Long, Turner, along with Dwight Clark and Forrest Blue, form the backbone of this journey. They are not the only ones who suffered, but they represent the haunting truth. Football's promise of immortality often concealed a contract written in pain. As I reflect on their lives, I see a pattern emerging, one that we must follow carefully. For every championship celebrated, there is a silent consequence. For every roaring stadium, there is a quiet hospital room. For every bronze bust in Canton, there is a gravestone that came too soon. This introduction is not meant to indict football alone. It is meant to peel back its mythology and show what hides beneath. The science of brain trauma, the stories of broken families, the testimonies of doctors who fought to be heard, all of these pieces fit together into a puzzle the league once tried to ignore. In 2005, Dr. Bennett Omalo's discovery of chronic traumatic encephalopathy (CTE) in Mike Webster's brain was the match that lit the fire. What followed was denial, lawsuits, and a slow, reluctant acknowledgement that football's very designs collisions. Its speed, its violent beauty was at war with the human brain. This is the scope of our story. 20 lives, one game, and a system that demanded silence until silence was no longer possible. We will explore their beginnings, their rise to stardom, their physical toll, their mental decline, and the way the game shaped their afterlives both in memory and in science. Each player's journey will become a chapter. Each chapter will peel back another layer of the NFL's hidden truth. These men were warriors, invisible in their suffering, remembered for their triumphs, but often forgotten in their decline. They deserve more than to be statistics in medical journals or names in lawsuits. They deserve their voices back, even if only through the echoes of their stories. As the film progresses, I will walk you through the brutality behind the glory, the culture that celebrated pain, the doctors who fought to reveal the truth, and the systemic failures that left so many alone in their final battles. From Webster's trembling hands to Seau's haunting goodbye, from the golden age of Gifford to the modern tragedy of Thomas, we will trace the invisible battlefield of football's past and present. This is not a comfortable story, but it is a necessary one. Because when the lights go out, when the jerseys are hung up, when the fans leave and the cameras turn away, the game still lingers inside the body. And too often, that lingering presence destroys the very men who built the sport into an empire. We will honor them here. We will confront the truth, and we will carry forward the weight of their sacrifices. Because their stories are not just about football, they are about the price of glory, the silence of pain, and the question every player must face: what is the cost of being remembered? There is something hypnotic about football's violence. The roar of helmets colliding, the crunch of pads, the gasp of the crowd, it stirs the soul in ways few sports can. We grow up believing these collisions are a kind of art form, sculpted into highlight reels and immortalized in memory. But when you peel back the surface, the brutality reveals itself as something deeper, something darker, something that has left scars no camera could ever capture. To understand this brutality, one must first step back into the trenches, where linemen like Mike Webster fought battles invisible to fans. On Sundays, Webster anchored the Pittsburgh Steelers dynasty, snapping the ball to Terry Bradshaw, holding off defenses with brute force, and cementing his name as the league's first great modern center. But beneath the cheers was a different truth. Each collision with a defensive tackle sent shockwaves through his skull, millisecond by millisecond, shaking his brain in ways doctors were only beginning to understand. Years later, Webster's body betrayed him, his teeth falling out, his mind fragmenting, his once iron hands trembling uncontrollably. His Hall of Fame bust stood polished in Canton, but Webster himself slept in cars, adrift in a haze of pain. His death in 2002 became the first public warning of the brutality the game had long concealed. And Webster was not alone. The brutality was felt by men like Junior Seau, whose very identity was built on hitting harder than anyone else. So was a human storm at linebacker, the heart of the San Diego Chargers defense. Fans adored his fire, his relentless pursuit, his warrior smile. Yet, behind the smile was a truth he couldn't outrun. For 2 decades, Seau absorbed blows that rattled his brain, each tackle celebrated by fans, but quietly tallying up an invisible debt. After retirement, Seau's personality shifted: insomnia, depression, and moments of rage replacing the joy he once embodied. In 2012, the same man who had been the league's great ambassador left behind only questions when he took his own life with a gunshot to the chest. Later, his brain revealed the telltale lesions of CTE. His life, celebrated in highlight reels, ended as a devastating testimony to the game's brutality. The brutality was not always obvious. For Ken Stabler, the Snake, it lived in the long aftermath. On the field, Stabler embodied a swashbuckling style of quarterbacking. He took risks, took hits, and became a legend with the Oakland Raiders. But his daring came at a price. Stabler's brain was found to be riddled with trauma after his death in 2015. He wanted people to understand, his family said. He wanted his story to help. His charisma and flair masked decades of pounding hits that, while legal, carved pathways of permanent damage. Others, like Andre Waters, felt brutality in every fiber of their being while still alive. Known as the human missile, Waters played the game with reckless abandon, celebrated 4 bone-shaking hits that made receivers hesitate before crossing the middle. But behind the curtain, Waters confessed his despair. "I feel like my brain is a prison." The hits that once made him a fan favorite left him unable to escape depression. He ended his life in 2006. His brain, studied afterward, was said to resemble that of an 85-year-old man. These men are not isolated tragedies, they are part of a larger pattern. The brutality was systemic, embedded in the very design of the sport. NFL culture rewarded pain. Coaches praised players for shaking it off, for getting back on the field after being concussed. To admit weakness was to risk being labeled soft, to lose your place in the lineup. Dave Duerson, a Super Bowl champion with the Chicago Bears, was once that kind of player. Fierce, disciplined, admired. But as his brain declined, Duerson knew what was happening. In his final act of clarity, he left a note before his suicide in 2011. "Please see that my brain is given to the NFL's brain bank." Even in his final moment, he served the game, ensuring that his suffering might illuminate the truth. The brutality wasn't just in concussions. It was in the endless subconcussive blows, the routine hits on every play that never drew headlines. Men like Forrest Blue, a lineman for the 49ers, endured them thousands of times over a career. To fans, he was a durable, anonymous giant. To his family, he became unrecognizable in his later years, consumed by dementia and confusion. His CTE diagnosis was not a surprise, but another painful confirmation that the violence of the trenches never ended when the whistle blew. It reached Ray Easterling, a Falcons safety, whose post-retirement struggles descended into depression and paranoia. It reached Curtis Brown, a cornerback whose sudden decline shocked those who once knew his vitality. It reached Terry Long, who played on the same Steelers line as Webster and succumbed to the same destructive spiral of mental illness. It reached Kevin Turner, a running back whose diagnosis of ALS was a death sentence intertwined with the echoes of repeated head trauma. Each of these men bore the imprint of brutality that fans never saw. The brutality was generational. In the 1950s, Frank Gifford was the face of the league, handsome, articulate, the embodiment of football's golden era. He went on to become a broadcaster, the smiling ambassador of a sport he loved. But in 2015, when his family revealed that he too had CTE, it shattered the illusion that older players had somehow escaped the toll. The brutality of football was not confined to modern speed or size. It was there in every era, woven into the very DNA of the game. Even the modern generation has not been spared. Chris Henry, a wide receiver for the Bengals, died tragically at just 26 after a fall from a moving truck. When scientists examined his brain, they found advanced CTE proof that the disease was not just a problem for aging veterans. Justin Strelchik, a 36-year-old former offensive lineman, died in a fiery crash after erratic behavior on the road. He too carried the trauma of countless blows. Demaryius Thomas, the Broncos star, died at 33 after suffering seizures linked to CTE. Vincent Jackson, once the pride of the Buccaneers, was found alone in a hotel room in 2021, his brain scarred by the same disease. Philip Adams, in a moment of unthinkable violence, took multiple lives before his own, leaving behind a trail of devastation and another damaged brain. This is the brutality behind the glory. Each player we remember for their triumphs carried invisible wounds that defined their final years. The statistics are chilling. Boston University SCTE Center has diagnosed the disease in over 90% of former NFL players whose brains were studied. But statistics don't carry the weight of lived experience. The weight lies in the silence of Webster sleeping in his car, in Seau's final note, in Duerson's last plea, in the grief of families who watched their loved ones disappear piece by piece. Football culture never told fans this story. For decades, the league minimized the risks, dismissing early studies, protecting the shield at the expense of the men who made it shine. In the process, it created generations of invisible warriors, men celebrated in stadiums, then abandoned when the price of their service came due. And so, as we begin this journey, we must look squarely at the brutality. We must acknowledge that every bone-crunching hit we cheered was not just part of the game, was part of a lifetime ledger. A slow chipping away of memory, of personality, of life itself. The game has always demanded sacrifice. But in telling these stories, we must ask, how much sacrifice is too much? And why were these men left to bear the cost alone? I often think of Mike Webster as both the beginning and the end of a story the NFL never wanted to tell. His name doesn't ring out with the same casual reverence as Montana or Rice, yet his role was just as critical. Without Webster, the Steelers dynasty of the 1970s, the Steel Curtain era, the 4 Lombardi trophies, the pounding identity of Pittsburgh football would never have been the same. He was the anchor, the quiet core. And yet, it was in Webster's silence after retirement where the most haunting truths of football began to surface. Mike Webster was a center, which meant he was the engine of every play, the first man to move. The one who absorbed the violent rush of 300-pound defenders in a collision repeated dozens of times a game. In the 1970s, the NFL celebrated toughness above all else, and Webster was the embodiment of it. He played through broken bones, torn muscles, migraines, and disorienting hits. Teammates called him Iron Mike, not just for his strength, but for the way he seemed indestructible. But indestructible was an illusion. Every snap was a toll on his body, and more importantly, on his brain. When Webster retired in 1990, he carried the same reputation that many great linemen do: dependable, durable, a blue-collar giant. He had earned 4 Super Bowl rings and was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1997. On the surface, it was the picture of triumph. But behind the curtain, Webster's life was unraveling. He began to lose track of time, wandering from room to room, unsure of where he was. He would disappear for days, sometimes sleeping in train stations or his pickup truck. His memory fractured, his behavior became erratic, and his once sturdy body deteriorated under the weight of chronic pain. The man who once marshaled an offense now struggled to hold his life together. By the late 1990s, Webster was living in near destitution, estranged from his family, relying on painkillers and desperate fixes to get through the day. It was Webster's decline that forced the medical community to ask questions the NFL had long avoided. After his death in 2002, at just 50 years old, forensic pathologist Dr. Bennett Omalu performed an autopsy that revealed something extraordinary. When Omalu studied Webster's brain, he found it scarred by tau protein deposits, microscopic tangles that strangled brain cells. The fingerprint of a disease we now know as chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE. At the time, the condition was barely recognized, but Omalu's discovery was groundbreaking. For the first time, there was undeniable evidence linking professional football to degenerative brain disease. Webster's case became a warning shot to the league. His story was detailed in court records, medical journals, and eventually Hollywood films. But in those early years, the NFL did not rush to embrace the truth. Instead, they formed committees that questioned the science, minimized the findings, and publicly insisted that concussions were manageable. Temporary injuries. Mike Webster was posthumously transformed from a Hall of Famer into a symbol both of football's greatness and its darkest costs. To understand Webster's tragedy, one must see the paradox he lived. He was revered as the ideal teammate. His work ethic was legendary, his toughness unquestioned, but his devotion to the game was also what destroyed him. The countless head slams on the line of scrimmage, the constant battles in the trenches, these were not moments of highlight glory, but invisible injuries building day by day. By the time symptoms appeared, the damage was irreversible. Webster's son, Garrett, later described what it was like watching his father decline. He recalled nights where Webster would duct tape his teeth into place because they kept falling out. He remembered moments where his father, once so articulate and proud, spoke in fragmented sentences, unable to hold thoughts together. Garrett admitted that by the time the Hall of Fame ceremony arrived in 1997, his father was already slipping away, already a shadow of the man he had been on the field. In many ways, Mike Webster's story is not just about one man, it is about every lineman who sacrificed in the trenches without fanfare. Linemen rarely score touchdowns. They rarely appear on posters or television commercials. But they endure the most collisions, the most sustained head trauma. Webster became the face of an entire class of players who carried the game's hidden burdens. The legal fallout from Webster's decline changed the NFL forever. His family pursued disability benefits, sparking lawsuits that eventually grew into the massive concussion settlement that still shapes league policy today. The NFL eventually agreed to compensate thousands of former players who suffered neurological decline. though critics argue the settlement never went far enough. None of it, of course, could bring Webster back. None of it could repair the years of confusion, despair, and pain that marked his final decade. For fans, the memory of Mike Webster may still be wrapped in the black and gold of Pittsburgh glory. But for those who study the hidden costs of the game, his name marks a before and after. Before Webster, the league could claim ignorance. After Webster, the truth was undeniable. His was the first warning, the moment when football's myth of toughness collided with the hard evidence of medical science. It is chilling to think of how ordinary Webster's experience was in football terms. He was not a reckless risk-taker, not a man who sought out danger unnecessarily. He played his position with the same intensity and loyalty expected of every NFL veteran. And yet, his brain was left as evidence of a war waged in silence. His tragedy forces us to ask, how many others? How many players walked away from the field carrying invisible wounds, only to fade away in living rooms, cars, and hospitals, without the fame or attention Webster's name drew? When I reflect on Mike Webster, I hear not the roar of the crowd, but the silence that followed the lonely silence of a man sleeping in his car, forgotten by the league he built into a dynasty. His story is football's first undeniable confession, written not in statistics or trophies, but in brain tissue under a microscope. And as haunting as Webster's story is, it was only the beginning. His fall opened the door to stories just as devastating, stories that forced fans, scientists, and even players themselves to confront the possibility that the game they loved was exacting a cost no one had been willing to acknowledge. There are players whose very names summon the roar of memory, the flash of a jersey, the sound of pads cracking in the sun. Junior Seau was one of those players. To watch him play was to witness the raw spirit of football incarnate. He flew across the field with a kind of electricity that could not be taught, only felt. Linebackers have always been the heartbeat of a defense, but Seau was more than that. He was its soul, its emotion, its relentless energy. Born Tiana Ball Jr., Seau Jr. in 1969 to Samoan parents in Oceanside, California, Seau's story was one of improbable triumph. The son of immigrants, he grew up in a working-class community where opportunity was scarce, but where family and faith held the center. Football became his escape, his calling, and his way to honor his roots. By the time he reached the University of Southern California, Seau had become a force so undeniable that he earned the nickname Tasmanian Devil. Coaches spoke of his instinct. The way he seemed to appear at the exact spot a play was destined to unfold. When the San Diego Chargers drafted him 5th overall in 1990, Seau became the face of a franchise in search of identity. Over the next 2 decades, he redefined what it meant to play linebacker. His speed, power, and charisma made him a 10-time All-Pro, a 12-time Pro Bowler, and the kind of player who could shift momentum with a single tackle. Fans adored his signature celebration of fist pump, a grin, the sense that he was not just playing football, but living it as an art form. Yet beneath the smile was a truth that could not stay hidden forever. Seau played the game with reckless abandon, hurling himself into collisions that would make lesser men hesitate. He prided himself on playing hurt, on embodying the warrior mentality that football demanded. But those very qualities, his fearlessness, his durability, his refusal to yield, were also the seeds of his undoing. For 20 seasons, Seau absorbed thousands of blows, each one a small fracture in the delicate architecture of the brain. After retirement in 2010, the mask began to slip. Friends noticed changes. Seau was restless, unable to sleep, plagued by mood swings. The joy that once radiated from him seemed to dim. He battled depression, but like many players of his era, he found it nearly impossible to reconcile vulnerability with the image of toughness he had carried his entire life. Football had taught him to hide pain, to keep moving, to never let an opponent or even a loved one see weakness. The world saw the public Seau, the Hall of Fame finalist, the San Diego hero, the smiling face on charity stages. But behind closed doors, his family saw the toll. Insomnia gnawed at him, leaving him pacing at night. He withdrew into silence, flashes of anger alternating with stretches of deep sadness. It was a pattern familiar to many families of former NFL players, though rarely spoken of aloud. On May 2, 2012, the news broke like a thunderclap. Junior Seau was dead at 43, a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest. The manner of his death was deliberate. By sparing his brain, he left a final message. He wanted the doctors to see what football had done to him. Later, when researchers at the National Institutes of Health examined his brain, the results were stark. He had advanced chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. The microscopic damage explained the insomnia, the depression, the mood swings. His warrior smile had been hiding a disease no one could escape. The shock of Seau's death reverberated far beyond San Diego. He had not been a fringe player or a forgotten veteran. He was the face of the league, a legend still beloved in every corner of the football world. His passing forced even the most loyal fans to ask a question they had resisted. If Junior Seau could fall this way, what hope was there for anyone else? Seau's story brought visibility to a crisis the NFL had long tried to minimize. His family, devastated, also became advocates. His ex-wife and children testified in lawsuits, spoke with journalists, and shared the painful details of what life with Junior had become in his final years. They described a man trapped in a cycle of exhaustion and despair, unable to explain why his emotions betrayed him, unable to find peace. His case became one of the cornerstones in the massive concussion settlement that now compensates former players suffering neurological decline. What makes Seau's story especially haunting is how it reflects the contradictions of football itself. On the field, he was invincible, a leader whose joy seemed endless. Off the field, he was a man crumbling under the weight of damage no one could see. The same collisions that defined his greatness also destroyed his peace. For his Samoan community, Seau's story carried even deeper resonance. He had been a pioneer, a cultural hero who inspired countless Polynesian players to follow in his footsteps. His charisma and generosity made him larger than life. To lose him in such a tragic way was not just a football story, it was a cultural wound. A reminder that the very dream he had lived also carried a hidden curse. Today, when I watch footage of Junior Seau leaping into a tackle, pumping his fist, grinning as the crowd roars, I feel the exhilaration that made him unforgettable. But layered beneath it, I hear the silence of the man alone at night, pacing, searching for sleep that would never come. The silence of a disease that robbed him of peace. Junior Seau's life is a mirror for football's central paradox. The very qualities that make the sport so powerful, courage, sacrifice, physical abandon, are also the ones that exact the steepest cost. His smile hid the pain until it no longer could. And when the truth finally emerged, it was too late. He was not the first, nor would he be the last. Seau's story is joined by dozens of others, each one an echo of the same truth, that the game's brilliance and its brutality are inseparable. And as his family still grieves, his memory remains both a source of pride and a haunting reminder of the price football demands. There are men who carry the ball as if it is a burden. And then, there was Earl Campbell, who carried it like a weapon. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the Houston Oilers had found their identity. And it came wrapped in muscle, violence, and inevitability. Campbell was not just a running back, he was an unstoppable force of nature. They called him the Tyler Rose, a nod to his East Texas roots. But what unfolded on the gridiron was closer to a collision between raw humanity and steel machinery. Campbell was born in Tyler, Texas, in 1955, one of 11 children. His father died when Earl was only 11 years old. That loss forced him into adulthood early, into responsibilities that few children should carry. In those moments of grief and necessity, football became more than a game. It became salvation, a way out and a way forward. By the time he was a teenager, Campbell was already a legend in East Texas, built like a man, moving like a tank, and carrying with him a relentless drive that no one could quite stop. At the University of Texas, Campbell became more than a state hero. He became a national force. In 1977, he won the Heisman Trophy. Bulldozing through defenses and running with a style that seemed less like sport and more like punishment. His runs were not graceful. They were violent, brutal, uncompromising. He didn't evade tacklers, he erased them. By the time the Houston Oilers drafted him first overall in 1978, he was already seen as the man who could resurrect a struggling franchise, and he did. His rookie season was unlike anything the league had seen before. He ran for 1,450 yards and 13 touchdowns, winning Offensive Rookie of the Year and NFL MVP in the same season. On Monday Night Football against Miami, he ran for 199 yards and 4 touchdowns, including a now legendary 81-yard sprint where defenders bounced off him like toys. Howard Cosell's voice still echoes through the history of the game. That young man has the strength of an ox. But strength comes at a cost. Campbell's running style was a double-edged sword. He ran upright, shoulders squared, legs churning with frightening force. Defenders weren't just trying to tackle him, they were trying to survive him. But every time he broke through, he was taking hits direct, hits into his thighs, knees, and back. Campbell himself once said, "When I ran for every yard like it was my last." That philosophy made him unstoppable in the short term, but it planted seeds of destruction in his body that would bloom years later. Between 1978 and 1983, Campbell was the most feared man in football. He won 3 rushing titles, was a 3-time Offensive Player of the Year, and carried the Oilers to playoff runs that gave Houston hope. But the Oilers' offense was simple. Give Campbell the ball again and again. In one season alone, he carried the ball 373 times, in an era where defenses were free to brutalize running backs with no restriction. His coach, Bum Phillips, once famously said, "I'd give the ball to Campbell on 3rd down. And if it's 4th down, I'd give it to him again." The fans loved it. The highlights thrilled them. The Oilers depended on it. But Earl Campbell's body was slowly disintegrating under the weight of this usage. By the mid-1980s, the toll was evident. His back ached, his knees buckled, and the man who once could sprint away from linebackers could barely lift himself from the ground. Traded to the New Orleans Saints in 1984, Campbell was still a name, still a legend, but the power was fading. By the end of the 1985 season, the unstoppable force had been stopped not by any single hit, but by the accumulation of all of them. Earl Campbell retired at just 30 years old, but retirement didn't bring relief, it brought pain. In the years after football, Campbell's body betrayed him. He struggled with chronic back pain, spinal stenosis, and weakness in his legs. At one point, he relied on a wheelchair and a walker. In interviews, his voice carried both pride and exhaustion. He admitted, "I wouldn't change the way I played. But if you ask me if I hurt, yeah, I hurt every day." Doctors revealed that the violent collisions and sheer number of carries had left him with a body that was decades older than his actual age. Campbell also developed arthritis, further limiting his mobility. And yet, despite this suffering, Campbell's pride in his career remained unwavering. For him, the game had taken everything, but it had also given him a platform, a purpose, and a legacy. The rewards were there. A place in the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1991, enshrinement in the College Football Hall of Fame, and recognition as one of the most dominant running backs to ever touch a football. To this day, fans in Texas and beyond still regard him as a symbol of grit, toughness, and defiance against the odds. The NFL, for its part, has often used his highlights to celebrate its history images of him dragging defenders down the field, helmets flying, bodies collapsing in his wake. But those same highlights, when viewed now, are haunting. They are reminders of the invisible damage, the wreckage left behind when the roar of the crowd fades. The story of Earl Campbell is not just about glory. It is about sacrifice. He gave his body to the game. And what he received in return was admiration, fame, and awards, but also relentless pain. Nights of immobility and decades of physical suffering. In the larger picture, Campbell became a symbol of what the NFL was during that era, a league that celebrated violence without acknowledging its consequences. He was rewarded for running through people, not around them. The Oilers didn't protect him because his pain equaled their success. And when his body finally gave out, the system moved on. Campbell was left to piece together his life with a broken body, a reminder that in the NFL, heroes are disposable and their sacrifice is permanent. Even today, Campbell's presence commands respect. He has spoken openly about his pain, about the realities of life after football. His honesty has made him a key figure in conversations about player health, about the long-term costs of the game. He has lent his voice to causes supporting former players struggling with medical bills, disabilities, and the lasting scars of a sport that often discards its warriors once they can no longer perform. There's a haunting duality in Campbell's story. On one hand, he lived the dream, a small-town boy who rose to national fame, who brought pride to his hometown, his college, and his city. On the other hand, he is a man who cannot walk freely, whose body is a daily reminder of the punishment he endured for that dream. When I think of Earl Campbell, I don't just see the runs, the highlights, the roaring crowds. I see the silence after the game, the lonely rooms where he struggles to move, the pain etched into his every step. I see the costs that no one cheered for, the bill that came due long after the stadium lights went out. Earl Campbell's story forces us to ask, how much is glory worth? And when the cheering stops, who pays the price? Because for Campbell, and for so many others, the game was both a gift and a thief. It gave him everything, and it took almost everything away. John Mackey was more than just a football player. He was a revolution. In an era when the tight end position was little more than an extra blocker or a safety valve in the passing game, Mackey turned it into something terrifying, dynamic, and transformative. His combination of size, speed, and ferocity changed not only how the position was played, but also how defenses had to adapt. But John Mackey's legacy goes far beyond the gridiron. For many who remember him, his name is not just linked to bruising runs or highlight reel catches, but to his relentless fight for the rights and dignity of players. He was both a warrior and a reformer, a man who paid the price for the game he loved, but also demanded that the game give something back to its players. Early life and rise to the NFL. Born in 1941 in Roosevelt, New York, John Mackey grew up in a world that demanded toughness. Football became his outlet and his pathway to a better future. At Syracuse University, he was already turning heads as a prototype of what a modern tight end could be. Tall, powerful, but with deceptive quickness that left linebackers stunned and defensive backs clinging for dear life. When the Baltimore Colts drafted him in 1963, they had no idea just how much he would reshape the game. Mackey quickly became a cornerstone of the Colts offense, linking up with legendary quarterback Johnny Unitas to form one of the league's most feared combinations. On the field, power meets grace. John Mackey was not content with catching short, safe passes. He wanted to dominate. Standing 6'2" and weighing over 220 pounds. He had the build of a linebacker, but he could run like a wide receiver. Defenses that thought they could contain him with brute force learned the hard way that he could lower his shoulder and run through them just as easily as he could streak past them. One of his most famous plays came in Super Bowl V against the Dallas Cowboys. Mackey caught a tipped pass, bobbled between defenders, and turned it into a 75-yard touchdown. It was a moment that symbolized everything about his game: improvisation, strength, and sheer determination. He didn't just play tight end, he defined what it meant to be a tight end in the modern NFL. By the end of his career, Mackey had racked up over 5,000 receiving yards and 38 touchdowns, numbers that may not sound extraordinary by today's standards, but in the 1960s, when offenses were conservative and passing attacks far less advanced, those stats were revolutionary. Leadership off the field. The NFLPA. While Mackey was redefining football on Sundays, he was also rewriting the story of what it meant to be a player off the field. In 1969, he was elected the president of the NFL Players Association, NFLPA. It was here that his true warrior spirit shone. The NFL at the time treated players as disposable commodities. Contracts were weak, benefits were minimal, and the idea of long-term care for injuries was virtually non-existent. Mackey refused to accept this. He believed players deserved pensions, health care, and dignity after giving their bodies to the league. He was a fighter, and sometimes that fight was costly. Mackey's leadership led to labor disputes and even a strike in 1970, the first in NFL history, though many owners and league officials despised him for his stance. He earned the respect of countless players who saw in him someone willing to put everything on the line for them. Mackey's battles laid the groundwork for the benefits and rights players enjoy today. Free agency, improved pensions, and post-career medical support all trace their roots back to the seeds John Mackey planted. Hardships after retirement, ironically, the very game Mackey gave everything to, ended up betraying his body and mind. After retiring in 1972, his health slowly declined. Decades later, he was diagnosed with dementia, believed to have been caused by repeated head trauma during his career. The decline was brutal. The once powerful, articulate leader who could outmuscle linebackers and outsmart owners began losing his memory, his ability to recognize loved ones, and even his independence. His wife Sylvia became his caretaker, watching the man she loved fade away under the weight of a disease few in football wanted to acknowledge at the time. What made his suffering even worse was the lack of support from the NFL. Despite his contributions, Mackey struggled to get the kind of financial and medical assistance he so desperately needed. His story became a rallying cry for awareness of CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, and the long-term toll football takes on its players. The 88 plan. Out of Mackey's pain came change. In 2007, the NFL and NFLPA agreed to establish the 88 plan, named after John Mackey's jersey number. This program provided financial assistance for former players suffering from dementia, ALS, or other cognitive conditions. It was a bittersweet victory. On one hand, Mackey's struggles had finally led the league to act. On the other, it highlighted the injustice that one of the NFL's greatest pioneers had to suffer so publicly before meaningful reform could occur. Still, the 88 plan became one of the most important steps toward supporting retired players, and it exists today as part of Mackey's enduring legacy. Life beyond the field, though illness robbed him of his later years. Mackey's earlier post-retirement life was filled with attempts to remain connected to the game and to his community. He gave speeches, mentored young athletes, and stayed involved in player advocacy. His wife Sylvia often said that what kept him fighting even as dementia advanced was knowing that others might benefit from his sacrifice. John Mackey passed away in 2011 at the age of 69, but not before his name was etched into NFL history, both as a player and as a champion for player rights. Today, the John Mackey Award, given annually to the best tight end in college football, ensures that his name remains synonymous with excellence at the position he helped redefine. The price he paid. The NFL often celebrates its stars in highlight reels and championship banners. But John Mackey's story forces us to confront the darker side of glory. Here was a man who revolutionized his position, won a Super Bowl, became a Hall of Famer, and fought for the rights of every player who came after him. Yet, in his later years, he was left vulnerable, struggling against a disease the league only reluctantly acknowledged. His greatness came with a price: the loss of memory, dignity, and health. His life is a reminder that for every touchdown scored, there may be decades of pain hidden in the shadows. Legacy. John Mackey's legacy can be summarized in 3 words: change, courage, sacrifice. On the field, he changed the game. Off the field, he had the courage to stand up to one of the most powerful institutions in sports. And ultimately, he sacrificed his health and his life in a way that illuminated the dangers faced by all players. When we watch today's NFL tight ends, athletes like Travis Kelce, George Kittle, or Darren Waller, we are watching the direct descendants of John Mackey's vision. Every time a player secures healthcare or a pension check after retirement, they are beneficiaries of his fight. But his story also carries a warning that the league must continue to reckon with the damage it inflicts on its players, and that no player, no matter how great, is immune to the game's invisible costs. Ken Stabler was a man who seemed to live untouched by fear. On the field, he was the embodiment of swagger, the quarterback who thrived in chaos, who wanted the ball in his hands when the game was slipping into madness. Off the field, he was no less fearless, living a life that mirrored the wild freedom of the era. They called him the Snake, and for most of his career, he lived up to it. Elusive, unpredictable, impossible to pin down. But the thing about snakes is that they eventually shed their skin. And for Stabler, the life of glory, of late-night revelry, of endless collisions and countless throws, ended not with the cheers of crowds, but with the slow fading of memory. By the end, he was a man who could not recall the plays that had once defined him. A legend undone by the very game that had made him immortal. The rise of the Snake. Kenneth Michael Stabler was born in 1945 in Foley, Alabama, a small Gulf Coast town where football was stitched into the rhythm of life. Even as a boy, his fluid movements and uncanny calm under pressure made him stand out. By high school, he had earned the nickname that would follow him forever: the Snake. It was first given to him after he weaved through defenders on a long touchdown run. He wasn't the fastest, but he had a slithering quality, moving just beyond the reach of grasping arms. At the University of Alabama, under the legendary coach Bear Bryant, Stabler sharpened his craft. Bryant once called him a man who could beat you any way he wanted to, a quarterback with the instincts of a gambler, but the nerves of a surgeon. At Alabama, he earned All-American honors, including his famous run in the mud against Auburn in 1967, where he slipped through defenders for a game-winning score. In 1968, Stabler was drafted by the Oakland Raiders, a franchise already notorious for its renegade spirit. It was a perfect marriage. Al Davis's Raiders, a team that embraced the outlaw image, and Ken Stabler, a quarterback who played like a man with nothing to lose. The glory years. By the mid-1970s, Stabler was at the peak of his powers. Under coach John Madden, he led the Raiders into some of the most iconic battles in NFL history. He was not a prototypical quarterback. He didn't have the cannon arm of a Terry Bradshaw or the precision of a Roger Staubach. What he had was timing, guts, and an almost mystical sense of when to take risks. His left-handed throws often seemed to hang in the air just long enough to terrify fans before landing perfectly in a receiver's hands. Stabler thrived in chaos. The more pressure, the better he became. Raiders fans remember the famous Sea of Hands game in 1974 against the Miami Dolphins, when Stabler, falling to the ground under heavy pressure, somehow floated a pass into the end zone that was caught for the game winner. That was the essence of the Snake: cornered, trapped, but always finding a way out. In 1976, he won the NFL Most Valuable Player award, throwing 27 touchdowns and leading the Raiders to a 13-1 record. The man off the field. Ken Stabler's legend wasn't confined to the gridiron. Off the field, he embodied the 1970s spirit of freedom and indulgence. He was known for his late nights, his love of music, his larger-than-life charisma. He once said, "I live for Saturdays. I play the games, and I live the rest of my life the way I want to." Reporters told stories of Stabler studying film by the light of a jukebox in a bar. His teammates adored him, not just because he could deliver in the clutch, but because he was one of them. He drank with them, laughed with them, lived the same wild life they did. That lifestyle fed the legend. But behind the myth, there was always the toll, the hits, the concussions. The relentless grind of being a quarterback who took punishment not only from defenses, but also from his own refusal to slide or avoid contact. The long-decline Stabler retired in 1984 after 15 seasons, most of them with the Raiders and shorter stints with the Houston Oilers and New Orleans Saints. His career numbers over 27,000 passing yards, 194 touchdowns placed him among the greats. Yet he was not inducted into the Hall of Fame until 2016, a full 31 years after his retirement and 1 year after his death. By the time he reached his 50s, those closest to him noticed changes. He began to struggle with memory loss, confusion, and mood swings. Friends recalled conversations where Stabler would repeat the same story multiple times, seemingly unaware he had already told it. His once sharp recall of games, of plays, of names, began to blur. For a man whose identity had been built on poise under pressure, it was devastating. Stabler never spoke publicly about the depth of his struggles, but those around him understood that the collisions of his career were catching up to him. In 2015, Stabler died of colon cancer at the age of 69, but it was what came after that shook the football world. Following his wishes, his family donated his brain to the Boston University CTE Center. The results confirmed what so many suspected. Ken Stabler suffered from stage 3 CTE, a severe form of the disease that explained his memory loss and cognitive decline. The meaning of Stabler's case, what made Stabler's story so powerful, was not just the confirmation of CTE, but who he was. Stabler was a Hall of Fame quarterback, a Super Bowl champion, a face of the league. He was not a forgotten lineman, not a role player lost in obscurity. He was one of the icons, and even he had not escaped. His case helped underscore the reality that CTE did not discriminate. It wasn't just the grinders in the trenches or the safeties delivering hits. Quarterbacks, the stars, the leaders, the men whose faces were on posters, were suffering too. Stabler's diagnosis also added weight to the lawsuits and medical debates already raging in the 2010s. It made the issue impossible to dismiss as something affecting only expendable players. When the snake's brain showed the scars of CT, it forced fans, journalists, and the NFL itself to confront the reality that the disease could strike anyone. Family and legacy for Stabler's family. The diagnosis was both painful and illuminating. His daughters spoke about how it explains so much: the mood swings, the lapses, the confusion. It brought context to the private struggles they had witnessed in his later years. And yet, there was pride too. Pride that their father, like Dave Duerson before him, had chosen to make his suffering mean something. By donating his brain, he ensured that his death would push the science forward, helping future players and families understand what they were facing. In 2016, when Stabler was finally inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, the moment was bittersweet. He had earned the honor long ago, but he wasn't there to receive it. His daughters accepted on his behalf, their words echoing with both pride and grief. Reflection: when I think of Ken Stabler, I think of the moments where the game seemed out of control, and yet, in his hands, felt destined. I think of the smile, the left-handed spiral, the calm in chaos. But I also think of the man later in life, fighting to remember, struggling to hold on to the very memories that had made him immortal. Stabler's story is a reminder that no player, no matter how celebrated, is immune. His nickname was the Snake, but in the end, he could not slip free from the grip of the disease that has claimed so many of football's warriors. He gave us moments of brilliance that still live in highlight reels and in the memories of Raiders fans who adored him. And he gave us a final gift, a brain donated to science, a legacy not just of touchdowns, but of truth. Ken Stabler lived like few others ever could, but he died carrying the same burden that binds together too many who played this game: the silent, irreversible damage that robs even legends of themselves. When Junior Seau's story shook the NFL world in 2012, many remembered another warrior who had walked the same path just a year earlier. His name was Dave Duerson, and he left behind not only a family and a legacy, but also a chilling plea that changed how the world understood football's hidden dangers. Duerson was not just another name in the league. He was a two-time Super Bowl champion, a Pro Bowler, and one of the most intelligent defensive backs to ever wear a helmet. His career was decorated, his reputation sterling. But in his death, Duerson gave the NFL something far greater than any interception or championship. He gave them undeniable proof. Early life and path to the NFL. Dave Duerson was born in Muncie, Indiana in 1960, the youngest of 6 children. His upbringing was modest, grounded in family, church, and community. He excelled in school, both academically and athletically, earning a scholarship to Notre Dame, where he became a standout defensive back. At Notre Dame, Duerson built his reputation as a fierce competitor and a brilliant student. He graduated with a degree in economics, preparing for life beyond football. But first, the NFL came calling. In 1983, the Chicago Bears drafted him in the 3rd round. He would go on to join one of the most dominant defenses in football history. The Bears dynasty and Duerson's role, the mid-1980s Chicago Bears, were terrifying. A unit that opponents still talk about with a kind of reverence and fear. And while names like Mike Singletary, Richard Dent, and William the Refrigerator Perry stole headlines, Dave Duerson was the quiet enforcer in the secondary. As a safety, Duerson had to cover ground, read quarterbacks, and deliver punishing hits to receivers who dared enter his zone. He thrived in the chaos, earning 4 straight Pro Bowl selections 1985 to 1988. In 1985, Duerson and the Bears captured immortality by winning Super Bowl 20, demolishing the New England Patriots 46-10. It was the peak of his career, part of a defense many still call the greatest in NFL history. Later, in 1991, he added another ring with the New York Giants, proving his leadership and toughness could transcend teams. Beyond the field, a businessman and philanthropist. Unlike many players, Duerson was forward-thinking about life after football. He entered the business world, founding a food services company that grew rapidly. By the late 1990s, he was a respected entrepreneur, earning awards and recognition for his leadership. He also gave back, supporting scholarships and community initiatives. To those who knew him, Duerson represented the model athlete, successful on the field, disciplined off of it, and deeply committed to his family. But even as his resume grew, the invisible injuries of football were already taking hold. The decline, symptoms of something deeper in the 2000s, Dave Duerson began to change. Friends and family noticed mood swings, forgetfulness, and bouts of depression. He became more withdrawn, more irritable. His once sharp memory faded. Like many former players, Duerson had suffered numerous concussions during his career, hits that seemed small in the moment but added up over years of relentless collisions. He began to wonder what was happening to him, why his mind no longer felt like his own. By the late 2000s, his business had faltered, his marriage ended, and his personal struggles grew heavier. The tragic end on February 17, 2011, Dave Duerson drove to his Miami home. Alone, he took a revolver, pressed it to his chest, and pulled the trigger. He was 50 years old. But before he died, he left a note. It read, "Please see that my brain is given to the NFL's brain bank." Duerson knew something was wrong. He suspected his suffering was connected to the game that had made him a star. In that moment of despair, he also made a decision of clarity. His death would serve as evidence, his body a vessel for truth. The discovery, confirming CTE. Scientists examined his brain and confirmed what Duerson feared. He suffered from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. The results were devastating, but also revolutionary. For the first time, a respected, decorated NFL star had intentionally preserved his brain for science, providing undeniable proof of what repeated head trauma could do. His death marked a turning point in the public conversation about football's hidden dangers. Impact on family and teammates. For Duerson's family, the loss was unbearable. His children later spoke of how their father had been both their hero and their anchor. To see him deteriorate, then lose him so suddenly, left scars that could never fully heal. But they also carried pride in his final act. His decision to donate his brain gave meaning to his suffering, transforming personal tragedy into collective awareness. Teammates, too, were shaken. Men who once thought of concussions as getting your bell rung now faced the sobering truth. Their own futures might hold the same fate. The larger legacy. Dave Duerson's story is more than just one man's struggle. It became part of the evidence that forced the NFL into the spotlight. Alongside Mike Webster, his case added weight to lawsuits, medical research, and public pressure. The league could no longer bury the issue in denial. His death also highlighted a painful contradiction. Duerson had been disciplined, successful, and responsible. He had done everything right, and yet none of it could protect him from the consequences of a lifetime of collisions. Reflection. A final sacrifice. Duerson's life had been about discipline and sacrifice for his team, for his family, for his community. In the end, he made one final sacrifice, choosing to leave his brain for science so others might be spared his fate. It is impossible to tell the story of the NFL's hidden warriors without Dave Duerson. His note, written in shaky handwriting but with absolute clarity, echoes through history. It forces us to confront the question, how many more players must write their farewells in blood before the game truly changes? There are stories that dominate the headlines, and there are stories that slip quietly into the margins. In the saga of football's hidden toll, we often remember the men who lit up Sunday afternoons, who ran faster, hit harder, and became household names. But for every legend immortalized in highlight reels, there are countless linemen and journeymen who paid the same price, men whose names might not echo in stadiums, but whose suffering helped prove the truth. In this batch, the spotlight bends toward two very different men bound by the same silent enemy, Tony Dorsett and Ralph Wenzel. One was a superstar, a Hall of Fame running back who defined the Dallas Cowboys in their prime. The other was a forgotten offensive guard, a grinder whose story might have been lost to time if not for the courage of his family. Together, they reveal the cruel democracy of brain trauma in football does not discriminate between fame and anonymity. The star, Tony Dorsett's rise. Born in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania in 1954, Tony Dorsett grew up in a steel town where toughness was currency. Small but explosive, he redefined what a running back could be. At the University of Pittsburgh, he set rushing records that still stand, carrying the Panthers to a national championship in 1976. He won the Heisman Trophy, then went on to the NFL to become the face of America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. Dorsett was speed incarnate. In his rookie season, he helped deliver a Super Bowl XII victory, cementing himself as the Cowboys' cornerstone. Over 12 seasons, he rushed for more than 12,000 yards, earned 4 Pro Bowl selections, and authored one of the most iconic plays in league history, a 99-yard touchdown run against the Minnesota Vikings, a record that still stands. On the field, he was poetry in motion-light feet, sharp cuts, impossible acceleration. But what the crowd didn't see were the hits he absorbed with each run, the collisions against men twice his size, the blows to the head that added up like a silent ledger. The forgotten grinder. Ralph Wenzel's path. While Dorsett was dazzling the nation, Ralph Wenzel was living another football life. Drafted in 1966 out of San Diego State, Wenzel spent 6 seasons as an offensive guard for the Pittsburgh Steelers and San Diego Chargers. He was a lunch pail player, solid, unspectacular, doing the dirty work in the trenches. Offensive linemen rarely get their names called unless something goes wrong. Wenzel's career never brought him fame. He was not a Hall of Famer, not a Pro Bowler, not even a long-term starter in the league. But he played in the era of bare-knuckle football, when helmets were hard shells with minimal padding. And linemen collided on every snap, head-to-head, dozens of times a game. He retired in 1973, went into teaching, and seemed to leave the game behind. But the game did not leave him. 2 trajectories, 1 descent. By the early 2000s, Tony Dorsett's brilliance had faded into something darker. Once confident and eloquent, he began forgetting names, losing track of conversations, becoming frustrated by gaps in memory. His daughters described him as short-tempered, prone to mood swings, no longer the steady father they knew. Doctors confirmed what he feared, the hallmarks of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. Dorsett became one of the first high-profile Hall of Famers to publicly acknowledge his decline. He confessed he no longer trusted his own mind. "It's a horrible feeling," he said in one interview. "I feel like I'm losing myself." For millions of fans, it was shocking. The man who once glided across the field was now stumbling through daily life. His story forced America to confront a haunting truth that even legends were not immune. Ralph Wenzel's decline was quieter, but in many ways, even more devastating. By his late 50s, his wife, Dr. Eleanor Perfetto, noticed changes, memory lapses, confusion, odd behaviors. Eventually, he was diagnosed with dementia, but not the kind that appears naturally in old age. This was early, aggressive, and cruel. By his 60s, Wenzel could no longer feed himself, dress himself, or recognize those he loved. His wife became his caretaker and, ultimately, his advocate. She began to speak publicly, not just about Wenzel's decline, but about the NFL's silence. "He gave everything to that game," she said, "and the game gave this back to him." Public spotlight versus private struggle. The contrast between Dorsett and Wenzel is striking. Tony Dorsett, with his Hall of Fame credentials, became the poster child for football's hidden costs. He was featured in documentaries, medical studies, and congressional hearings. His name carried weight, and when he spoke of his suffering, the world listened. Ralph Wenzel, meanwhile, represented the thousands of players whose suffering would have been invisible without someone to carry their story. His wife's advocacy made his decline central in the legal battles. Against the NFL, when former players sued the league for negligence, Wenzel's medical records were cited as evidence. His life became proof in courtrooms that dementia and football were inseparable. Together, their cases created a full picture. The superstar in decline and the forgotten warrior, both undone by the same disease. The science catches up when researchers studied Wenzel's brain after his death in 2012. They found extensive CTE. His case joined a growing body of evidence that the league could no longer deny. Combined with Mike Webster's tragic descent and Duerson's deliberate sacrifice, Wenzel's autopsy was another nail in the coffin of the NFL's no-proven link stance. Dorsett, still alive, lent his body to science in a different way. He participated in early brain scans that revealed abnormal tau protein deposits, consistent with CTE, living proof of what scientists had previously only confirmed post-mortem. The visual of a Hall of Famer alive, but already showing CTE damage, was chilling. The family's burden for the Wenzel family, the decline, was devastating. Eleanor Perfetto described the pain of watching her husband lose himself. "You lose them in pieces. First, it's memory. Then, it's language. Then, it's recognition. And by the end, you're caring for someone who looks like your husband but isn't there anymore." Tony Dorsett's daughters have echoed similar pain. They've described the frustration of a father who sometimes doesn't remember what he promised, who grows impatient without reason, who struggles to be the man he once was. "It's hard to watch your hero disappear," one of his daughters admitted. This is the other side of the game. The costs carried not just by the players, but by those who love them. A shared legacy. Dorsett and Wenzel stand at opposite poles of visibility, but their fates converge on the same battlefield: the brain. One represented the glamour, the speed, the grace of football. The other embodied its grit, its grind, its anonymity. And yet, both were undone by the same unrelenting collisions. The same disregard for long-term safety, the same systemic negligence. Their stories are not cautionary tales. They are testimonies, evidence of a truth the game long tried to bury. Reflection, visibility, and invisibility. When I think of Tony Dorsett, I remember the 99-yard run, a blur of light and speed. When I think of Ralph Wenzel, I remember a man few outside of football history books could identify, but whose suffering spoke just as loudly as any Hall of Famers. One had the platform to shout his pain to the world. The other depended on a loved one to make his voice heard. Together, they embodied the dual reality of football's invisible warriors, that the disease does not care about status, about fame, about whether your name is etched in Canton or forgotten by all but your family. Both men, in their own ways, forced the world to look harder at the truth. Football can take everything, even from those who gave it everything. The story of the NFL's invisible warriors is not a single note of suffering. It is a spectrum. Some men break suddenly, like a snapped bone under too much weight. Others erode slowly, their brilliance fading grain by grain until there is little left but echoes. To understand that spectrum, we need to look at two men whose lives tell different versions of the same truth. Terry Long, a Pittsburgh Steeler whose collapse was immediate and merciless, and Gale Sayers, the Kansas Comet, whose decline came not in a single violent blow, but in the long shadow of what football took from him. The sudden collapse. Terry Long was an offensive lineman drafted in 1984 by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Part of that new generation tasked with carrying on the dynasty of the 70s. He wasn't flashy, but he was dependable, a worker in the trenches, blocking with hands that bore the calluses of steel and sacrifice. But beneath the helmet, Long was fighting invisible wars. In 1991, he was suspended by the league for testing positive for anabolic steroids. He came back, but something inside him had cracked. By the mid-1990s, his behavior had become erratic, his mood swings violent. Friends described him as a man trying to outrun shadows. Those shadows caught him in 2005 when Terry Long drank antifreeze and ended his life. He was 45 years old. Later, when his brain was examined, doctors found chronic traumatic encephalopathy (CTE). The game had literally rewired him, pushing him toward depression, paranoia, and an end that seemed like an escape rather than a tragedy. The slow fade Gale Sayers contrasts that with Gale Sayers, whose very name is synonymous with grace. Drafted by the Chicago Bears in 1965, Sayers exploded onto the NFL scene like no one before him. He was called the Kansas Comet because he didn't just run. He glided, he slipped, he vanished from defenders' arms as if he were made of light itself. In his rookie year, he scored 22 touchdowns, a record that stood for decades. Fans saw magic every time he touched the ball, but the brilliance came at a price. His knees, battered by the collisions of defenders who couldn't catch him any other way, began to crumble. By the age of 28, his career was over. Unlike Terry Long, his story didn't end in violence or despair, but the aftermath was no less haunting. In his later years, Sayers developed dementia, almost certainly linked to repetitive head trauma. The man who once dazzled the world with vision and agility spent his final years struggling to remember the very game that had made him immortal. Two arcs, one truth, side by side. Long and Sayers illustrate the two speeds of destruction. For Long, the collapse came swiftly, almost brutally. A life unmoored, spiraling downward until all that was left was the silence of a hospital report and a grieving family. For Sayers, the decline stretched across decades, a slow erasure. The public saw him celebrated at the Hall of Fame, applauded on NFL films, documentaries, honored in retrospectives. But behind those ceremonies, his memory was faltering, his mind betraying him one missing piece at a time. Both men, in their own ways, reveal the silent cost of football. One body crumbled quickly under the strain. Another shone like fire, only to dim in the long burn of time. But both paid the price. Terry Long. The locker room perspective. What makes Terry Long's story so devastating is how ordinary it seemed at first. Teammates recall him as friendly, often laughing in the locker room, someone who loved the game but also carried a restless edge. After his death, when doctors confirmed CTE, his teammates realized the man they knew was already slipping away years earlier. "He was there," one said, "but it wasn't really him anymore." The NFL in those years didn't want to admit that its players could be broken from the inside out. Suicide wasn't something they connected to concussions. Depression wasn't an injury. It was framed as weakness. Terry Long wasn't just a casualty of the game. He was a casualty of the culture that told him to keep pushing, keep lifting, keep taking the hits, no matter what they cost. Gale Sayers. The public face of decline. Gale Sayers' suffering was different. It unfolded in public, almost poetically tragic. His knees went first, surgeries piling up until the Bears had no choice but to let him go. But the brain injuries hidden beneath the applause and the highlights would not be revealed until decades later. At a tribute event in 2017, friends noted that Sayers barely spoke, often confused about where he was. The NFL community mourned quietly, knowing that the man who once embodied beauty on the field could barely recognize his own legacy. His wife, Ardith, confirmed what many suspected. His dementia was linked to football, another hidden cost of the collisions he endured. The practices, the hits that blurred together across seasons. Family fallout. The collateral damage of both stories is family. Terry Long left behind loved ones who had to live with the unbearable question: could we have saved him? His death was sudden, and the shockwaves left scars that never healed. Children without a father. A family left with grief, twisted by confusion. Sayers' family endured something different. The slow mourning of a man still alive. Ardith watched her husband drift away, not in a moment, but in years of decline. She described it as losing him piece by piece. The children of Gale Sayers inherited the burden of legacy and tragedy alike. Their father celebrated by millions, but taken from them long before his body gave out. The hidden equation put together. Terry Long and Gale Sayers demonstrate an equation the NFL has never fully reckoned with. The game consumes men in different ways, but it consumes them all the same. For some, the spiral is fast and catastrophic. For others, it is slow and disguised as the graceful arc of time. Either way, the ledger is balanced not by victories or trophies, but by what is stolen from the men who gave the game everything. Legacy and silence. Terry Long is rarely mentioned in highlight reels. His name is invoked mostly in discussions about CTE, a statistic in a larger tragedy. Gale Sayers, on the other hand, is immortalized. NFL films, still runs montages of his cuts. His dazzling runs, his rookie season magic. But even in that immortality lies silence, because the league rarely pairs the footage of his brilliance with the truth of his decline. Both players, though opposite in stature, remind us of the NFL's dual ability to glorify and erase. What we see in the braided stories of Terry Long and Gale Sayers is not contradiction, but completion. They are two halves of the same whole, the sudden collapse and the slow fade. One was broken quickly, the other gradually, but both reveal the same underlying truth. Football's beauty and brutality are inseparable, and every man who steps onto the field is bargaining with a future he cannot fully see. Terry Long's tragedy reminds us of the urgency, the fact that CTE can detonate lives before anyone notices the warning signs. Gale Sayers' tragedy reminds us of inevitability, that even brilliance, even grace, cannot outrun the shadows of a violent game. Together, their stories echo the same refrain. The NFL makes legends, but it also leaves ghosts. When people speak of defensive backs, they often speak of finesse, speed, agility, coverage skills. But for Andre Waters, finesse was never enough. He was called Dirty Waters by opponents, a nickname born out of fear and respect. He hit harder than men twice his size, played with reckless abandon, and earned his spot in the NFL, the hard way, undrafted, unwanted, and underestimated. But behind the ferocity was a price, and long after the cheers faded, it was a price that consumed him. By the time he took his own life in 2006, Andre Waters had become one of the most sobering, cautionary tales in football. Like Dave Duerson after him, he left behind not just grief, but questions about what the sport takes from men and whether the cost is ever truly worth it. The making of Dirty Waters, born in Belle Glade, Florida, in 1962. Andre Waters grew up in one of the toughest towns in America. Belle Glade was poor, crime-ridden, and suffocatingly hot. It was the kind of place where football wasn't just a game, was survival. Children ran barefoot through sugarcane fields, dreaming of escaping poverty with a helmet and shoulder pads. Waters carried that hunger with him to Cheyney University, a historically black college in Pennsylvania. Small school, small stage, but for Waters, it was everything. He turned himself into a standout safety, fearless, explosive, relentless. Still, when the 1984 NFL draft came and went, his name was never called. For most men, that would have been the end. But Waters refused to let it be. He clawed his way onto the Philadelphia Eagles roster as an undrafted free agent, a long shot among long shots. From the first practice, teammates saw it. He played like every snap might be his last. The Eagles' years, a reputation built in blood. By the mid-1980s, Philadelphia had one of the toughest defenses in football, and Andre Waters was at its core. He was never the biggest, never the fastest, but he was the meanest. The league took notice. Broadcasters called him one of the hardest hitters in the NFL. Opposing receivers whispered about him. Quarterbacks warned rookies not to test his zone. For Waters, violence wasn't just strategy, was necessity. Playing clean wouldn't keep him on the roster. Playing cautious wouldn't get him noticed. He made his name by delivering punishing blows, and fans loved him for it. He spent 10 years with the Eagles, piling up tackles, interceptions, and fines. Yes, in an era when the NFL prided itself on toughness, Waters pushed boundaries so often that referees kept their flags ready whenever he was on the field. But even as critics labeled him dirty, teammates swore by him. To them, Andre Waters was the beating heart of the defensive man who sacrificed his body and soul for the team. The toll of violence, what fans didn't see, was what that violence cost him. Waters suffered countless concussions, though in the 1980s, they were rarely called that. Back then, if you were wobbly after a hit, trainers slapped your helmet, waved fingers in your face, and sent you back out. Getting your bell rung was treated as a badge of honor, not a medical crisis. Waters wore those badges every Sunday. By the time his career ended in 1995, after a short stint with the Arizona Cardinals, his body was battered, his mind beginning to betray him. But the NFL moved on. The league didn't check on him, didn't offer long-term support. For Andre Waters, retirement meant silence broken only by the demons in his head. Life after football, the quiet decline. After retirement, Waters turned to coaching. He worked with college programs, poured his intensity into young players, and tried to find meaning in passing down the lessons of the game. But away from the field, life became harder. He suffered severe depression, bouts of uncontrollable anger, and lapses in memory. Friends described him as restless, unable to find peace. He seemed lost, drifting between jobs and relationships. By his 40s, Waters was a man adrift, his body aching, his mind slipping, his spirit fractured. In interviews, he admitted his struggles. "I gave everything I had to football," he once said, "but football doesn't give back." His words, though overlooked at the time, carried the weight of prophecy. The tragic end on November 20th, 2006. Andre Waters sat alone in his Tampa home. At just 44 years old, he was already a shadow of himself. That day, he pulled a gun and shot himself in the head. The news stunned the football community. How could one of the fiercest competitors, one of the toughest enforcers, die so young and so violently? But the true revelation came after. Researchers at the Concussion Legacy Foundation, led by Dr. Bennett Omalu and Dr. Anne Mackey, studied his brain. The results were devastating. His brain resembled that of an 85-year-old man with Alzheimer's disease. In other words, Waters had been living with the advanced stages of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. Every forgotten memory, every mood swing, every bout of rage wasn't weakness, it was disease. The ripple effect, a wake-up call. Waters' suicide was one of the first high-profile cases that forced the public to take concussions seriously. Before Dave Duerson, before Junior Seau. There was Andre Waters, a warrior whose brain became undeniable evidence of football's long-term costs. His death pushed the CTE conversation into mainstream headlines. Journalists asked whether football was destroying its own heroes. Parents questioned whether to let their children play. For the first time, the NFL's narrative of toughness collided with the harsh truth of mortality. Teammates mourned, but many also confessed their own fears. If Waters, a man once defined by toughness, could be undone by the game, what did that mean for the rest of them? Legacy. The warning that shouldn't have been ignored. Andre Waters didn't live to see the lawsuits, the concussion protocols, or the billion-dollar settlements that followed. He didn't live to see Dave Duerson leave his final note, or Junior Seau's death shake the league. But his story was one of the first warnings of siren the NFL might have heeded earlier if it had wanted to. Waters' nickname, Dirty Waters, became bitterly ironic. He wasn't dirty, he was desperate. Desperate to stay in the league, to make a name, to prove he belonged. The hits he delivered weren't reckless, they were survival. And survival in the NFL of the 1980s and 90s meant sacrificing your future for today's paycheck. Reflection. The human time bomb. Looking back. Andre Waters was a man caught in a system that valued his violence but ignored its consequences. He gave everything, his body, his mind, his identity, to football. And in return, he received applause, a paycheck, and, eventually, silence. His story reminds us that beneath the helmets are men whose futures are shaped by every collision, every sacrifice, every Sunday afternoon we cheer. Waters didn't die at 44 because of personal weakness. He died because the game he loved planted a time bomb inside his skull, one that ticked louder every year until it finally exploded. Andre Waters will never be remembered as the greatest safety, nor the most famous. But his legacy is carved into every concussion protocol, every sideline evaluation, every discussion of CTE. He was one of the first to show us what was at stake. One of the first to prove that behind the cheers, behind the glory, lurked a silence that could devour a man whole. Not every tragedy comes in a sudden collapse. Some unfold slowly, quietly, stretching across decades until the person we once knew is no longer there. The story of Gale Sayers is one such tragedy, a tale of brilliance, beauty, and a graceful fall that mirrored the arc of his career itself. Known as the Kansas Comet, Sayers was unlike anyone who had touched a football before. His style was pure fluidity, a kind of ballet across grass and dirt, where defenders grasped at shadows and air. He dazzled the league in the 1960s, rewriting what it meant to be a running back. And yet, by the time his story came to its end, he was not remembered for what he was losing on the field, but for what he was losing in his own mind. The rise of the Kansas Comet. Born in Wichita, Kansas in 1943, Gale Sayers grew up in an environment where athleticism was a way out, but humility was the greater lesson. From an early age, he was different. At Omaha Central High, he broke records in track and football. At the University of Kansas, his speed was legendary. Coaches and players said he could cut on a dime and leave you 9 cents change. Drafted in 1965 by the Chicago Bears, Sayers entered the league in a blaze. As a rookie, he scored 22 touchdowns, including an astonishing 6 in a single game against the San Francisco 49ers, one of the most iconic performances in NFL history. He rushed for nearly 1,400 yards and became a household name almost overnight. For 5 years, Sayers was electrifying. He could score from anywhere on the field, on the ground, through the air, or on returns. He won Offensive Rookie of the Year, earned multiple Pro Bowl selections, and became the youngest player ever inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But his career was short. 2 devastating knee injuries, first in 1968, then again in 1970, cut short his time on the field. He retired in 1972 at just 29 years old. Life after football. Unlike many of his peers, Sayers transitioned smoothly at first. He became an athletic director at Southern Illinois University, later worked in banking, and ran a successful computer supplies business. He was respected not just for his athleticism, but for his intelligence and character. For decades, Sayers seemed like one of the rare stories of survival an NFL great, who walked away relatively unscathed. But beneath the surface, the damage was waiting. The early signs in the early 2000s, Sayers began showing signs of cognitive decline. At first, it was subtle repeated stories, misplaced items, difficulty remembering recent events. His family brushed it off as aging, but by the 2010s, the symptoms became undeniable. Sayers began forgetting names, losing track of time, and struggling with basic tasks. His once sharp public speaking ability faltered. Doctors diagnosed him with dementia, later believed to be tied to repeated head trauma. It shocked those who had always seen him as graceful and untouchable. The man whose career had been defined by precision and balance was slowly losing the balance of his own mind. The toll on his family, for his wife, Ardith, and his children, watching the decline was devastating. They described how his personality shifted, how his frustration grew when he couldn't remember how the once vibrant Gale became quieter, more withdrawn. His wife became his advocate, speaking publicly about the connection between football and brain disease. He paid the price, she said, in one interview. The game he loved took him from us long before his body left this earth. The NFL's symbol of slow erosion. Sayers' decline stood apart from the stories of men like Dave Duerson or Junior Seau. His wasn't a sudden break or a tragic suicide. His was a long, painful fade, a gradual erosion of memory and identity. For years, the NFL pointed to men like Sayers as examples of those who had beaten the odds. A Hall of Famer who left football early, went on to a successful life, and seemed to avoid the worst. But when dementia took hold, that illusion collapsed. Even a man with one of the shortest careers among greats, even someone who avoided some of the brutal mileage others endured, could not escape the toll. The science behind Sayers' decline. Doctors believe Sayers' dementia was linked to CTE. Unlike Alzheimer's, which has a genetic and aging component, CTE develops from repeated trauma to the brain. Sayers' career might have been shorter than many, but the concussions, helmet-to-helmet collisions, and repetitive subconcussive hits still added up. What made his case particularly haunting was that it suggested even a brief NFL career, just 7 seasons, could be enough to set the disease in motion. If the Kansas Comet could not outrun the damage, who could? Legacy and reflection. When Gale Sayers passed away in 2020 at the age of 77, the tributes poured in. He was remembered as one of the most electrifying players to ever live, a man who could take a breath away with a single cut. Teammates, fans, and fellow Hall of Famers spoke of his artistry, his humility, and his legacy. But in those remembrances, there was also sorrow. Sayers' story became another reminder that the beauty of football often comes at an unbearable cost. The man who once moved with unmatched grace spent his final years in confusion and decline, robbed of the very clarity and elegance that defined him. A legend slowly lost for me. Sayers' story lingers because it represents the slow theft of identity. With men like Duerson, the break is tragic but sudden. With Sayers, the game took him piece by piece, year by year, until the man who had once made the impossible look effortless could no longer recall his own glory. His decline was not just personal, it was symbolic. A Hall of Famer, a man enshrined in Canton, was proof that no one is immune. The disease does not care about fame, about highlight reels, about immortality. It erases everything equally. And so the Kansas Comet, once a blur of light across the field, became a shadow in his later years, a reminder that the brilliance we cheer for on Sundays often comes at the darkest of costs. Some stories in this dark history hit like lightning, sudden, blinding, impossible to ignore. And then there are others that creep in more quietly, seeping into the background until, suddenly, you realize they've been shaping everything all along. In the mid-2000s, two men embodied both of those truths: Andre Waters and Ray Easterling. One was a violent, feared enforcer whose death forced America to see what football could do to a body and brain. The other was a steady role player whose decline helped spark a legal battle that changed the NFL forever. Their journeys were different, but their fates were the same: lives cut down by the invisible injuries of the sport they loved. Andre Waters, the lightning strike. Andre Waters was football's definition of intimidation. A safety for the Philadelphia Eagles from 1984 to 1995, he played with a ferocity that made even the toughest wide receivers hesitate. His nickname, Dirty Waters, wasn't just for show. He delivered bone-rattling hits, head-first collisions that left opponents on the turf gasping for air. In the brutal NFC East of the 1980s, where the Giants, Cowboys, and Redskins were waging wars every Sunday, Waters was the kind of weapon Buddy Ryan's Eagles thrived on. He once admitted that if he didn't leave a game in pain, he felt like he hadn't played well enough. For Waters, punishment wasn't an accident. 'Twas the job, and he embraced it. But in those helmet-to-helmet collisions, in the countless tackles where he led with his head, he was quietly writing the story of his own destruction. When he retired in 1995, Waters was just 35. Like so many players, he tried to stay close to the game, coaching at colleges like Alabama State, Southern University, and eventually the University of South Florida. On the surface, life after football seemed manageable. But inside, the cracks began to widen. Friends and family noticed changes. He was short-tempered, quick to anger, battling waves of depression that didn't match the cocky, smiling player they remembered. His memory began to betray him. He would lose track of conversations, forget important details. He had difficulty holding jobs for long stretches, often running into frustration and conflict. The man who had once been the confident anchor of a defense was now slipping away. On November 20, 2006, Andre Waters' story ended in tragedy. At just 44 years old, he shot himself in the head at his home in Tampa, Florida. The football world reeled. A man still in his 40s, gone. But what followed was even more shocking. His brain was examined by Dr. Bennett Omaluta, same neuropathologist who had discovered CTE in Mike Webster. Omalu concluded that Waters' brain tissue had degenerated so badly that it resembled that of an 85-year-old man with advanced Alzheimer's disease. Think about that. A 44-year-old who had lived less than half a normal lifespan, carrying the brain of someone who had outlived him by 4 decades. The findings made headlines nationwide. It wasn't just another tragic story. It was a scientific revelation. Andre Waters' brain became a piece of evidence in a growing case against the NFL, a symbol that what players endured on Sundays could follow them long after the final whistle. Ray Easterling, the quiet echo. If Andre Waters was the lightning strike, Ray Easterling was the echo that followed. Less flashy, less publicized, but just as devastating. Easterling had played a generation earlier as a safety for the Atlanta Falcons in the 1970s. He was part of the famed Grits Blitz defense, a unit remembered for its relentless pressure and swarming style. Easterling wasn't a superstar. He wasn't selling jerseys or making highlight reels. Above, he was tough, reliable, respected, a glue player who did his job and did it well. After retiring in 1979, Easterling transitioned into civilian life. He settled in Richmond, Virginia, married his wife Mary Ann, and started a financial services business. For years, it seemed like he had escaped the darker endings that befell so many players. But the damage, as always, was waiting. By his 50s, Easterling began to change. Mary Ann noticed mood swings, deep depression, and eventually dementia-like symptoms. The man who once dissected opposing quarterbacks could no longer remember basic details. He struggled to handle his work, to stay focused, to maintain the stability he once commanded. It was like watching the slow unraveling of a man who had once seemed unbreakable. But unlike Andre Waters, Easterling's decline happened in a moment when the legal fight against the NFL was intensifying. Dozens of lawsuits had been filed by former players, accusing the league of ignoring or even covering up the long-term dangers of concussions. Easterling became a lead plaintiff in one of those cases. He wasn't suing for fame. He wasn't looking for headlines. He was fighting because he believed the NFL had to be held accountable not just for him, but for every player who had walked off the field broken. On April 19, 2012, Ray Easterling reached his breaking point. At the age of 62, he took his own life with a gun. The quiet family man, the steady role player, was gone. His death didn't generate the same national frenzy as Andre Waters's. He wasn't a household name, but inside the fraternity of former players and especially within the courtroom battles, Easterling's passing mattered profoundly. His widow, Mary Ann Easterling, stepped forward as one of the most powerful voices in the concussion litigation. She testified about what the game had done to her husband, gave interviews, stood in front of Congress. Her grief became a rallying cry. Two faces of the same disease together. Waters and Easterling represent two ends of the same tragedy. Waters was the shock case, a player dead at 44 with a brain ravaged decades beyond his age. His death was a wake-up call to the public, proof that football's toll could surface violently and early. Easterling was the long fade, a player who lived into his 60s, slowly losing himself to dementia, depression, and decline. His story wasn't as sensational, but it helped anchor the legal battles that eventually forced the NFL to take action. Both men became symbols, but symbols they never asked to be. Neither wanted to be remembered for the disease that claimed him. They wanted what every player wanted: to compete, to build a life, to enjoy the rewards of their sacrifice. Instead, their names are etched into the grim timeline of football's hidden cost. The human fallout for Waters' children, the pain is permanent. They grew up without their father, left to piece together his legacy from old game tapes and stories. For Easterling's wife, the pain became fuel for advocacy, but it never dulled the personal loss. She watched the man she loved fade away in front of her eyes before finally losing him entirely. And for the NFL, these two deaths were turning points. Waters' autopsy was a public relations nightmare. Easterling's lawsuit helped form the backbone of the historic 2013 concussion settlement, in which the league agreed to pay $765 million to compensate former players, though critics would later argue that the settlement was far too small, given the scale of the damage. The larger pattern, Andre Waters and Ray Easterling, weren't isolated tragedies. They were part of a widening pattern. By the mid-2000s, suicides, dementia diagnoses, and erratic behavior were appearing in former players across the country. Each story chipped away at the NFL's wall of denial. Each name added to the weight of evidence. If Waters was the lightning and Easterling the echo, together they marked a turning point in football's reckoning. They were proof that the problem wasn't limited to one generation, one position, or one type of player. It was everywhere. It was the fabric of the sport itself. When we look back, we see that Waters forced us to pay attention. Easterling forced us to act. Without Waters, the urgency might not have broken through. Without Easterling, the lawsuits might not have gained traction. One life ended too soon. The other ended too quietly. But both left behind lessons that reshaped the conversation forever. Their legacies weren't chosen. They were imposed. It didn't ask to be case studies or symbols. But that's what the game made them. Andre Waters and Ray Easterling too, men who paid the price so the world could finally see the truth. The story of Terrell Davis is not long in years, but it is vast in its echoes. For a man whose entire NFL career lasted only 7 seasons, with just 4 of them at peak performance, he left behind a legend that still feels untouchable. His arc is a paradox, brief yet eternal, fragile yet monumental. And it is also a reminder of how football's promises can come packaged with an expiration date stamped in bone and cartilage. Terrell Davis was not supposed to be a superstar. Drafted in the 6th round by the Denver Broncos in 1995. He was buried in obscurity, expected to be little more than another camp body. Players taken that late rarely make it onto the roster, let alone carve their names into football history. But something about Davis demanded attention. He ran with urgency. Not the showboating stride of a sprinter, but the urgent compactness of a man who knew this might be his only chance. Training camp coaches saw it. Teammates felt it. In one preseason game against the San Francisco 49ers, Davis made a bone-rattling tackle on special teams. That single play changed his trajectory. He wasn't just another long shot anymore. By his rookie year's end, Davis was not only starting, but commanding the backfield. He rushed for over 1,100 yards, scored 7 touchdowns, and announced to Denver that a star had been born. For John Elway, the veteran quarterback nearing the end of his Hall of Fame career, Davis was the missing piece, the force that would balance an offense too long reliant on Elway's arm. The Broncos finally had thunder to match lightning. The ascent was meteoric. In just his 2nd season, Davis pushed past 1,500 rushing yards. By 1997, he was carrying the Broncos to the promised land. Denver shocked the world, defeating Brett Favre's Green Bay Packers in Super Bowl 32. Terrell Davis was more than the star of that game, he was the engine of it. Despite battling a debilitating migraine that left him temporarily blind on the sideline, Davis returned to the field when it mattered most. He carried the ball again and again, pounding the Packers into submission. He finished with 157 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. He was named Super Bowl MVP. The following season was even more surreal. Davis rushed for over 2,000 yards, just the 4th player in NFL history at that time to cross the hallowed barrier. He scored 21 touchdowns, averaged over 125 rushing yards per game, and carried Denver to yet another championship. This time dismantling the Atlanta Falcons in Super Bowl 33. Along the way, he was named League MVP. 2 Super Bowls. A 2,000-yard season, an MVP trophy. These are milestones that most players could never imagine in an entire career. Davis did it in 4 years. And then, just as quickly as it began, the story bent toward tragedy. In 1999, Davis tore the anterior cruciate ligament ACL and medial collateral ligament MCL in his right knee. It was the kind of injury that doesn't just slow a runner, robs him of the very spring that makes his stride possible. For a power back who thrived on balance, explosion, and cutting through narrow seams, the damage was catastrophic. He tried to come back, fighting through rehabilitation, clinging to the hope that the body could remember what it once was. But knees are merciless. No matter how much therapy or how much grit, the elasticity of youth doesn't regenerate once it has been shredded. Davis would play in only 17 more games across the next 3 years. The man who once averaged over 125 rushing yards per game dwindled into a shadow of himself. His career was over by the age of 29. It is difficult to describe the psychic wound of such an abrupt ending. For most of us, identity is layered: spouse, parent, worker, neighbor. For an elite athlete, especially one who dominates the way Davis did, the identity is singular. You are football. It is your job, your fame, your purpose, your income, your very sense of self-worth. When the knees collapsed, Davis wasn't just losing a career. He was losing himself. Post-football life is often romanticized. Endorsements, television gigs, an easy glide into retirement. But for Davis, as for so many players, the reality was less glossy. He grappled with what it meant to wake up and not prepare for battle. What it meant to live without the structure of a locker room, without the thrill of Sunday. He has spoken candidly about depression, about the aimlessness that stalks players when the roar is gone. Injuries did not just take away his future stats, they ripped away his future plans. For Davis, the Hall of Fame induction in 2017 was bittersweet validation. It acknowledged that even in just 4 transcendent seasons, his brilliance could not be ignored. He had done enough to be immortalized alongside men who played a decade longer. His bust in Canton is not just a tribute to what he accomplished, but also a quiet elegy for what might have been. If Davis had remained healthy, could he have been the greatest back of all time? The question lingers, unanswerable, in every discussion of his career. But what we can say with certainty is that Davis's story reflects the precarious balance of football. It can make you a legend in the span of a few seasons, and it can take everything back in an instant. His rise and fall remind us that the body is not invincible, and that the price of pushing it past its natural limits is often paid not in the game itself, but in the years after. Terrell Davis is not one of football's forgotten men. His Super Bowl runs remain among the sport's most replayed highlights. His MVP season is etched in record books. But in the context of this documentary, his life serves as a chapter in the larger ledger, an example of brilliance undone by the very machine that demanded it. His knees were not destroyed by accident. They were destroyed by design, by the repetition of violence, the endless carries, the expectation that greatness must come, no matter the cost. What makes Davis's story haunting is that he survived it. But in surviving, he must live with the ghost of the player he once was. Every limp, every twinge of pain in his knees is a reminder of the fleeting nature of glory. Every cheer he hears when he returns to Denver is tinged with the knowledge that the cheers ended too soon. Football gave Terrell Davis immortality. It also gave him scars that will never heal. There are men who play football, and then there are men who seem to live as if the game is carved into their bones. Jim Otto was one of those men. He was not the fastest, not the most naturally gifted, but he was relentless, unbreakable. Of course, he broke himself for the game. For more than 15 years, he anchored the Oakland Raiders' offensive line, a constant in a sport defined by turnover. He was so synonymous with the team that they called him Mr. Raider. But that loyalty came at a price that would follow him until the end of his life. More than 50 surgeries, multiple joint replacements, countless infections, and ultimately, the loss of his right leg. His story is not just one of toughness. It is one of obsession, sacrifice, and the very gladiatorial ethos that defined football's most brutal age. The early years, a foundation of grit. Jim Otto was born in 1938 in Wausau, Wisconsin, a town known for its working-class ethos. That Midwestern toughness would shape his life. He wasn't a blue-chip recruit destined for stardom. He played college ball at the University of Miami, lining up at center, where his intelligence, grit, and toughness stood out more than raw athleticism. When the NFL ignored him, Otto found a home in the upstart American Football League (AFL), signing with the Oakland Raiders in 1960, their inaugural season. For a young man passed over by the established league, it was an opportunity to prove that he belonged. From the very beginning, he was different. Otto played not with flash or spectacle, but with relentless consistency. He snapped the ball, delivered punishing blocks, and did it over and over again without complaint. Coaches and teammates recognized his reliability. In the chaos of building a fledgling franchise, Otto was the steady presence, the one man you could always count on. The Raider years. Mr. Raider emerges from 1960 to 1974. Otto did something almost unthinkable in football. He played in 210 consecutive games, never missing a single contest across 15 seasons. In an era with far less protective equipment, far less advanced medical care, and far more brutal contact, this was not durability by chance. It was durability by choice. Otto wore the silver and black like armor. With his iconic 00 jersey, he became the literal and spiritual center of the Raiders. He was a 12-time Pro Bowler, a 10-time All-AFL selection, and a cornerstone of the Raider mystique that would define the franchise for decades. But beneath the legend, his body was already beginning to crumble. The pain, a body shattered for football. To watch Jim Otto in his prime was to see a man who refused to show weakness. He blocked with ferocity, absorbing blows from defensive linemen 50 pounds heavier, play after play. But the collisions added up. By the time he retired, Otto had undergone 9 knee operations. That was just the beginning. Across his life after football, he would endure over 50 surgeries. His shoulders, his hips, his knees all replaced. Infections plagued him for years. The scars on his body a literal roadmap of football's cost. In 2007, complications from infections forced doctors to amputate his right leg. Even then, Otto never expressed regret. He described himself as a gladiator, proud of the scars, proud of the sacrifices. To the outside world, his suffering might look like tragedy. To Otto, it was simply the price of greatness. Loyalty to the Raiders, what made Jim Otto different, was not just what he endured, but why he endured it. He could have walked away, could have missed a game, sat out an injury, preserved himself for the future. But for Otto, the Raiders were not just a team. They were an identity. He once said, "I never wanted to let the team down. If I could walk, I could play. If I could stand, I could snap the ball." That mentality was contagious. The Raiders of the 1960s and 70s became notorious for their toughness, their outlaw swagger, their refusal to quit. Otto embodied it more than anyone. He wasn't just the center, he was the cultural axis of the franchise. The legacy, a symbol of football's gladiator era. When you walk through the Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, you see Jim Otto's bust. But his true legacy is not bronzite's bone and scar tissue. Otto became a symbol of an era when football demanded total sacrifice, when loyalty to team outweighed loyalty to body, when the NFL's gladiator ethos was not metaphor but reality. The league itself used Otto as an emblem. Here was the Iron Man, the 00, the player who lined up every Sunday no matter the cost. He was celebrated not in spite of the surgeries, but almost because of them, as if pain validated greatness. But in celebrating men like Otto, the NFL was also writing a quiet warning. His suffering revealed the cost of that warrior culture. It was not sustainable. Bodies break. Lives after football are long and often haunted by the choices made on the field. Otto himself admitted that the pain was constant, that his nights were often sleepless, that his post-football years were filled with hospitals and rehab rooms instead of glory. And yet, if you asked him whether he would change anything, he said no. Because for Jim Otto, football was not just a career, it was his purpose. Reflection, the human cost of loyalty. Jim Otto's story is not clean. It is not a tale of triumph without shadows. It is a story of love for the game so deep it bordered on self-destruction. A story of loyalty to a team so consuming it demanded the sacrifice of health, of body, of future peace. In that way, Otto's story mirrors the NFL itself. A league that glorifies toughness, demands sacrifice, and too often buries the cost. Fans remember the highlights, the wins, the swagger of the Raiders. Few see the man in a hospital bed, scars running up his legs, infections gnawing at what's left of his flesh. Few remember that the gladiator show ends, but the gladiator still has to live with what the arena took from him. Most stories in this series follow a familiar rhythm. A young man rises from obscurity, achieves greatness under the bright lights of the NFL. and then pays a terrible price as the years strip away his health, his memory, or his dignity. Chris Borland's story is different. It is quieter, shorter, but no less important. He didn't become a legend. He didn't leave with a Hall of Fame resume. What he did leave with was a decision so radical, so unthinkable in its time, that it shook the very foundation of football's culture. At just 24 years old, after one stellar season with the San Francisco 49ers, Borland walked away. He left millions of dollars on the table, a promising career, and the applause of fans. Why? Because he valued his health, his future, and his brain more than he valued the game. It was a moment that split the football world in two. Some called him a coward. Others called him a visionary. But in either case, Borland became a symbol of a new generation of players willing to ask a forbidden question. Is football worth it? Early life and the making of a linebacker. Chris Borland was born in 1990 in Kettering, Ohio, into a large and athletic family. He was undersized by football standards, barely standing 5 feet 11, a height considered small for a linebacker. But what he lacked in size, he made up in instinct, intelligence, and sheer determination. At Archbishop Alter High School, Borland was a standout in football and track, earning a scholarship to the University of Wisconsin. At Wisconsin, he became a fan favorite known for his all-out effort, his explosive hits, and his ability to diagnose plays before they unfolded. By his senior year, Borland had racked up accolades. Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year 2013, First-Team All-American honors, and the reputation as one of the most disruptive linebackers in the nation. Scouts acknowledged his tweener size, but admired his heart, calling him the kind of player who would succeed in the NFL through effort and intelligence. The San Francisco 49ers drafted him in the 3rd round of the 2014 NFL Draft. A rookie season beyond expectation, Borland entered the NFL at a time when the 49ers were in transition. Stars like Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman defined their defense, but injuries created opportunities. When Willis suffered a season-ending foot injury in 2014, Borland stepped into the spotlight. What followed was remarkable. In just 14 games, with only 8 starts, Borland recorded 108 tackles, 2 interceptions, and a fumble recovery. He seemed to be everywhere on the field, flying into gaps, reading quarterbacks, delivering punishing hits. Analysts praised him as the future of the 49ers defense. Fans compared him to legends of the past. Some even whispered he could be the next face of the linebacker position in San Francisco. The 49ers had invested millions in him, and by all accounts, his career trajectory was bound for greatness. And then, just as quickly as it began, it ended. The decision, walking away from the dream in March 2015, Chris Borland called a press conference. His words stunned not just his team, but the entire NFL. "I just honestly want to do what's best for my health. From what I've researched and what I've experienced, I don't think it's worth the risk." He was retiring. At 24, after just 1 year in the league, his reasoning was simple but devastating to the NFL's narrative. Borland had studied the growing body of research on concussions and CTE. He had read the stories of men like Mike Webster and Dave Duerson. He had seen how the game he loved could leave players broken, demented, or dead far too soon. And he made a choice most players never dared to make. He left before it happened to him. The backlash, critics, and doubters. The reaction was immediate and fierce. Former players and media commentators criticized him. Some called him selfish. Others accused him of overreacting to a problem they still dismissed as exaggerated. If everyone thought like him, one critic said, there wouldn't be an NFL. Fans who had invested hope in him felt betrayed. In a league built on toughness and sacrifice, Borland's decision was framed by some as weakness. Even the NFL itself, though careful not to condemn him openly, feared the ripple effect. If Borland's logic spread, if more young players walked away at their peak, what would it mean for the game's future? Admiration, a different kind of courage. But alongside the critics came voices of admiration. Scientists praised Borland for putting his health above short-term gain. Parents pointed to him as a role model, a man willing to choose life over applause. Teammates quietly respected him, even if they could not imagine making the same choice. One journalist wrote, "Chris Borland did what the NFL could not. He admitted the truth that football is dangerous enough to make even the brightest futures not worth the cost." For a league that had built itself on denial, Borland's retirement was a crack in the facade. Symbol of a generational shift, Borland's decision became a turning point. It symbolized a generational shift in how players viewed their careers. For decades, the ethos of football was play through pain, ignore the consequences, sacrifice everything for the team. But Borland represented something new. A player who valued long-term health over short-term fame. A man willing to walk away before the damage was done. His choice forced uncomfortable conversations at every level of the sport, from the NFL to college programs to youth leagues. Parents began asking, if one of the NFL's brightest young stars walked away, what does that mean for my child? Life after football, Borland didn't retreat into obscurity after his retirement. Instead, he leaned into his new role as an advocate for athlete health. He participated in documentaries, spoke at conferences, and worked with organizations studying concussions and brain injuries. In interviews, he expressed no regret. "I loved football," he said, "but I loved my life more." That clarity was rare. Almost radical in the culture of the NFL, but Borland lived it openly, without apology. While his peers battled on the field, Borland pursued a life free from its invisible chains. He symbolized not failure, but freedom. Reflection. The cost of walking away. Chris Borland's story is different from Jim Otto's, Mike Webster's, or Junior Seau's. His body was not broken. His mind was not yet lost. He escaped before the worst arrived. But that decision, radical as it was, may be as important as any story of sacrifice, because it shows the power of choice. It shows that the cycle is not inevitable. A player does not have to destroy himself to be great, to love the game, or to walk away with dignity. In choosing health over millions, Borland wrote a new kind of legacy. One that whispers to the next generation, maybe, just maybe, the price of football doesn't have to be paid in blood. The NFL is filled with warriors, but some warriors go beyond the field. Some step into the smoke-filled rooms, into the corridors of power, and try to reshape the system that demanded their bodies, their lives, and often their peace of mind. Gene Upshaw was one of those men. He wasn't just a Hall of Fame guard for the Oakland Raiders. The beating heart of Al Davis's renegade empire, he was also the voice of the players. A man who transitioned from the trenches of the offensive line to the even bloodier trenches of NFL politics. And yet, even a man as powerful and respected as Gene Upshaw lived a legacy that was complicated because while he gave everything to the game and to his brothers, questions still linger. Did he do enough? Did he fight hard enough for the invisible warriors who came after him? The player, Raider toughness Gene Upshaw's football life began in the fire of Oakland. Drafted in the first round in 1967, he was destined to play for one team his entire career. The Raiders. He became known as Mr. Raider, not because of flashy highlights or touchdowns, but because of his absolute dominance in the trenches. At 6'5" inches and 255 pounds, he wasn't the biggest lineman of his era. But he had ferocity, leverage, and intelligence. Playing guard meant he wasn't in the spotlight. But ask any defensive tackle of the 1970s, and they'll tell you, Gene Upshaw was hell to face. He played 217 games over 15 seasons, a model of consistency, durability, and violence. He helped the Raiders win 2 Super Bowls and was named to the 1970s All-Decade Team. By the time his playing days ended in 1981, he had already laid the foundation for immortality in Canton. But his career was not just about championships, it was about sacrifice. Offensive linemen absorbed punishment every snap. Their hands swell, their knees buckle, their shoulders grind. And Gene, like so many others, paid that toll quietly. He embodied what the Raiders were, a brotherhood of men who would break themselves to win. The transition from player to advocate retirement for most players is an ending. For Gene Upshaw, it was the beginning of another fight. In 1983, just 2 years after hanging up his cleats, Upshaw became the executive director of the NFL Players Association, NFLPA. For the first time, a player one who had been in the trenches, who had bled on the same fields as his brothers, was leading the union. He wasn't a lawyer. He wasn't a corporate outsider. He was a Raider, and that mattered. The NFL owners, used to bullying players into silence, suddenly had to reckon with someone who wasn't afraid to push back. Under his leadership, the NFLPA became stronger. Upshaw led the players through the 1987 strike, which ultimately failed to gain leverage against owners but sent a clear message. The days of players being expendable were fading. In the years that followed, Upshaw helped establish free agency, a revolution in player rights that allowed athletes to control their own destinies and reap financial rewards never before possible. If you look at the billion-dollar contracts in today's NFL, you see stars like Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow signing generational deals. You can trace the origins back to Gene Upshaw's work in the boardroom. He changed the economics of the sport forever. The criticism, did he do enough? And yet, Upshaw's legacy is complicated. For all his achievements, for all the battles he fought, many players, especially the ones who retired before the riches of the free agency era, felt left behind. They pointed to the lack of adequate pensions for older retirees. They pointed to the union's slow and often defensive stance on the issue of player health and safety, particularly when it came to concussions and long-term brain damage. By the late 1990s and early 2000s, more research began emerging on chronic traumatic encephalopathy (CTE) and its link to football. Critics accused Upshaw of not taking a hard enough stance. Some said he was too close to the owners, too willing to compromise in ways that favored the league's bottom line instead of the players' long-term well-being. "I represent the players of today," Upshaw once said when asked about retirees struggling to pay medical bills. That comment stung many older players, men who had paved the road for the modern stars but were left broken and bankrupt. They believed Upshaw, of all people, should have been their champion, the man behind the politics. But Gene Upshaw wasn't just a union boss. He was still, at his core, a player. Teammates remember him as fiercely loyal, deeply proud of his Raider identity, and unwilling to back down from a fight, whether on the field or in a negotiation. He also carried himself with dignity. He believed in professionalism, in building the union into something credible and respected. He fought not just for more money, but for legitimacy, for the idea that NFL players were not disposable gladiators, but professionals with rights and leverage. Still, the criticism haunted him. For every player who praised him for building a foundation of power, there was another who accused him of abandoning the older generation. He became, in a way, a symbol of the transition of the NFL itself, from a gritty, paycheck to paycheck league of the 1970s to a corporate juggernaut by the 2000s. Upshaw was both a warrior and a politician, and politics always leaves scars. The sudden end in 2008, Gene Upshaw's story ended suddenly. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in August and died just 3 days later at the age of 63. His death stunned the NFL. A man who had seemed so strong, so unbreakable, was gone in an instant. The timing added to the complexity of his legacy. He had been at the helm of the NFLPA for 25 years. With his passing, the union entered a turbulent period, forced to redefine itself and confront new battles over health, safety, and money. Many wondered, had Upshaw done enough to prepare them? Or had he left too many unresolved fights behind? Legacy. A complicated warrior. Gene Upshaw's life cannot be reduced to simple labels. He was a Hall of Famer, a Super Bowl champion, a Raider through and through. He was also a union leader who changed the financial landscape of the game, giving today's players freedoms and fortunes unthinkable in his era. But he was also a man caught between two worlds: the brutal fraternity of players who sacrificed their bodies, and the corporate machinery of the NFL that demanded compromise. Some call him a hero, others call him a pragmatist. A few call him a betrayer. In truth, he was all of these things. Gene Upshaw paid the price in his own way. Not with the visible scars of broken knees or concussed memory, but with the invisible weight of decisions, compromises, and criticism that never fully went away. He was a warrior, not just of the gridiron, but of the boardroom, and, like any warrior, he carried both triumph and regret. Gene Upshaw reminds us that sometimes the greatest battles are fought not with helmets and pads, but with contracts and negotiations. He lived as both a symbol of Raider toughness and a symbol of NFL politics. And his story forces us to confront the question: how much can one man really change in a system built on sacrifice? There are some names in the NFL that feel like a promise of the future bright, unstoppable, destined to echo for decades. Demaryius Thomas was one of those names. A wide receiver, built like a power forward but blessed with track star speed. Thomas became the kind of weapon every quarterback dreams of, the kind of player defenses dreaded facing. He was a Super Bowl champion, a Pro Bowler, a legend in Denver, and for a while, the face of resilience after years of struggle in his personal life. He was proof that even when the odds are stacked against you, talent and work ethic can lift you out of the shadows. But Demaryius Thomas's story is not only about triumph, it's also about tragedy, about how the hidden toll of the game he loved claimed him far too young. When he died suddenly in 2021, just a few months after his 33rd birthday, the shock rippled through the NFL like an aftershock. Later, when doctors revealed he had been diagnosed with stage 2 CTE, the grief deepened into something darker, an understanding that even the brightest stars are not safe from the shadows football casts. The early struggles, a childhood marked by hardship. Demaryius Thomas's journey to the NFL was not simple. Raised in Montrose, Georgia, his childhood was marked by hardship. His mother and grandmother were both arrested and given long prison sentences for drug charges when Thomas was only a teenager. That left him without the kind of stable family foundation most kids rely on. He was forced to grow up quickly, leaning on relatives and community members for support. Football became his escape, the one thing that felt steady when the rest of life was unpredictable. He poured himself into the game, not just because he loved it, but because he saw in it a way out. By the time he got to Georgia Tech, Thomas was already turning heads. At 6 feet 3 inches and 225 pounds, he was physically imposing, but moved with fluidity rare for his size. He played in a run-heavy offense under Coach Paul Johnson, meaning his opportunities were limited. But when the ball did come his way, he made it count. NFL scouts noticed his strength, his ability to outmuscle defenders, and his raw athletic ceiling. The NFL dream. Broncos star receiver in 2010, the Denver Broncos selected Thomas in the first round of the draft. For a franchise searching for stability and a playmaker, he was an investment in the future. It didn't take long for him to prove why. Though he battled injuries early, his breakout came when Peyton Manning arrived in Denver. Suddenly, Thomas was no longer just a young talent. He was Manning's go-to receiver, the centerpiece of one of the most prolific passing offenses in NFL history. From 2012 to 2015, Thomas was nearly unstoppable. He posted 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, made 5 Pro Bowls, and became a name synonymous with dominance. In 2014, he caught 111 passes for 1,619 yards, a franchise record. But perhaps no single play defined him more than the 80-yard touchdown catch in overtime against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 2011 playoffs. On the very first snap of overtime, Tim Tebow found Thomas streaking across the middle. Thomas stiff-armed one defender, outran another, and sprinted into the end zone to complete one of the most dramatic playoff finishes in NFL history. In that moment, he wasn't just a promising receiver, he was a hero in Denver. The pinnacle, Super Bowl champion for all his highlights, Demaryius Thomas's crowning achievement came in Super Bowl 50. Against a stacked Carolina Panthers team led by MVP Cam Newton. The Broncos' defense carried the day, but Thomas's presence remained critical. Though the stat sheet wasn't explosive that night, Thomas's career had already secured his legacy. A player who had carried the franchise through multiple eras, who had provided some of the most unforgettable plays in recent Broncos history. For a city that treasures its football heroes, Thomas became part of a sacred lineage alongside John Elway, Terrell Davis, and Shannon Sharpe. He wasn't just a receiver. He was a symbol of perseverance, loyalty, and resilience. The injuries, a body worn down, but behind the highlight reels and the Super Bowl glory, football was taking its toll. Thomas suffered from nagging injuries throughout his career. His hips, his ankles, his shoulders each season, something was in pain. He was the type of player who would tape it up, grit through, and take the field anyway. Receivers aren't always thought of as the most punished bodies in the NFL, but Thomas played with a physical style. He blocked aggressively, fought for contested catches, and absorbed hits over the middle. His body was a magnet for contact. The injuries began piling up, and while his toughness kept him on the field, the wear and tear gradually chipped away at his explosiveness. By the late 2010s, as the Broncos struggled to find consistency at quarterback after Manning's retirement, Thomas's numbers began to decline. He was eventually traded to the Houston Texans, then signed brief stints with the Patriots and Jets. The man who had once looked untouchable was slowing, his career winding down before most thought it should. Retirement and life after football. In June 2021, Demaryius Thomas officially announced his retirement. His farewell video was simple, heartfelt, and full of gratitude. He thanked the Broncos organization, his teammates, his coaches, and the fans who had embraced him as one of their own. At just 33 years old, retirement should have been giving you a chance to explore life beyond football, to mentor young players, to enjoy the wealth and respect he had earned. But beneath the surface, things were not easy. Thomas reportedly suffered from seizures in his final years, a condition that worried his friends and family. Those seizures were unexplained, but they pointed to something troubling. The possibility that the game had left behind more than just aches and pains. The tragedy, gone too soon. On December 9, 2021, the football world received devastating news. Demaryius Thomas was found dead in his home in Roswell, Georgia. He was only 33 years old. The initial reports suggested he may have died from a seizure. The shock was immense. This was not an aging retiree or a forgotten role player. This was a man who had been in the league only a few years earlier. A beloved figure whose smile, generosity, and humility had made him adored in every locker room he entered. When researchers later studied his brain, the results confirmed what many feared: Stage 2 CTE. Even in his early 30s, Thomas's brain had already suffered the trauma that doctors now link to mood disorders, memory loss, depression, and seizures. He had become yet another casualty in football's ongoing battle with itself. The legacy, hope, and warning Demaryius Thomas's death was not just a personal tragedy, was a generational alarm bell. Here was a man who had played only 11 seasons, who had not been a lineman or a linebacker, who was not even 35 years old. And yet his brain had already been irreparably damaged by the game he loved. His story forced the NFL community to ask hard questions. How early does CTE begin? How many other players are living with undiagnosed symptoms? How do we reconcile the breathtaking beauty of the sport with the devastation it leaves behind? For fans in Denver, Thomas will always be remembered for joy, for the Tebow pass, for the Super Bowl run, for the countless times he raised his arms after a touchdown and lit up the stadium. But for doctors, for researchers, for advocates, his story is now also a case study, a tragic reminder that CTE is not a distant threat for retirees in their 60s or 70s, but a clear and present danger for players in the prime of their lives. A life of grace beyond football, Demaryius Thomas was remembered as a man of grace and generosity. Teammates spoke of his kindness, his humility, his willingness to help younger players. He never forgot where he came from, and he never let fame or money change who he was at his core. That's why his death cut so deep. It wasn't just that a great player was going, it was that a great man, who still had decades of life ahead of him, was taken. Demaryius Thomas's story is both uplifting and heartbreaking. It shows us the heights football can take you to: the fame, the championships, the heroics, and it shows us how quickly those heights can give way to devastating lows. He was a star who burned bright, but whose light was extinguished too soon. In him, we see the promise of football's greatness and the peril of its hidden costs. Demaryius Thomas's legacy is now dual: a beloved champion in Denver's history and a tragic reminder of football's risks. There are some names in the NFL that feel like a promise of the future, bright, unstoppable, destined to echo for decades. Demaryius Thomas was one of those names. A wide receiver, built like a power forward but blessed with track star speed. Thomas became the kind of weapon every quarterback dreams of, the kind of player defenses dreaded facing. He was a Super Bowl champion, a Pro Bowler, a legend in Denver, and for a while, the face of resilience after years of struggle in his personal life. He was proof that even when the odds are stacked against you, talent and work ethic can lift you out of the shadows. But Demaryius Thomas's story is not only about triumph, it's also about tragedy, about how the hidden toll of the game he loved claimed him far too young. When he died suddenly in 2021, just a few months after his 33rd birthday, the shock rippled through the NFL like an aftershock. Later, when doctors revealed he had been diagnosed with stage 2 CTE, the grief deepened into something darker, an understanding that even the brightest stars are not safe from the shadows football casts. The early struggles, a childhood marked by hardship. Demaryius Thomas's journey to the NFL was not simple. Raised in Montrose, Georgia, his childhood was marked by hardship. His mother and grandmother were both arrested and given long prison sentences for drug charges when Thomas was only a teenager. That left him without the kind of stable family foundation most kids rely on. He was forced to grow up quickly, leaning on relatives and community members for support. Football became his escape, the one thing that felt steady when the rest of life was unpredictable. He poured himself into the game, not just because he loved it, but because he saw in it a way out. By the time he got to Georgia Tech, Thomas was already turning heads. At 6 feet 3 inches and 225 pounds, he was physically imposing, but moved with fluidity rare for his size. He played in a run-heavy offense under Coach Paul Johnson, meaning his opportunities were limited. But when the ball did come his way, he made it count. NFL scouts noticed his strength, his ability to outmuscle defenders, and his raw athletic ceiling. The NFL dream. Broncos star receiver in 2010. The Denver Broncos selected Thomas in the first round of the draft. For a franchise searching for stability and a playmaker, he was an investment in the future. It didn't take long for him to prove why. Though he battled injuries early, his breakout came when Peyton Manning arrived in Denver. Suddenly, Thomas was no longer just a young talent. He was Manning's go-to receiver, the centerpiece of one of the most prolific passing offenses in NFL history. From 2012 to 2015, Thomas was nearly unstoppable. He posted 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, made 5 Pro Bowls, and became a name synonymous with dominance. In 2014, he caught 111 passes for 1,619 yards, a franchise record. But perhaps no single play defined him more than the 80-yard touchdown catch in overtime against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 2011 playoffs. On the very first snap of overtime, Tim Tebow found Thomas streaking across the middle. Thomas stiff-armed one defender, outran another, and sprinted into the end zone to complete one of the most dramatic playoff finishes in NFL history. In that moment, he wasn't just a promising receiver, he was a hero in Denver. The pinnacle, Super Bowl champion for all his highlights, Demaryius Thomas's crowning achievement came in Super Bowl 50. Against a stacked Carolina Panthers team led by MVP Cam Newton. The Broncos' defense carried the day, but Thomas's presence remained critical. Though the stat sheet wasn't explosive that night, Thomas's career had already secured his legacy. A player who had carried the franchise through multiple eras, who had provided some of the most unforgettable plays in recent Broncos history. For a city that treasures its football heroes, Thomas became part of a sacred lineage alongside John Elway, Terrell Davis, and Shannon Sharpe. He wasn't just a receiver. He was a symbol of perseverance, loyalty, and resilience. The injuries, a body worn down but behind the highlight reels, and the Super Bowl glory, football was taking its toll. Thomas suffered from nagging injuries throughout his career. His hips, his ankles, his shoulders. Each season, something was in pain. He was the type of player who would tape it up, grit through, and take the field anyway. Receivers aren't always thought of as the most punished bodies in the NFL. But Thomas played with a physical style, blocked aggressively, fought for contested catches, and absorbed hits over the middle. His body was a magnet for contact. The injuries began piling up, and while his toughness kept him on the field, the wear and tear gradually chipped away at his explosiveness. By the late 2010s, as the Broncos struggled to find consistency at quarterback after Manning's retirement, Thomas's numbers began to decline. He was eventually traded to the Houston Texans, then signed brief stints with the Patriots and Jets. The man who had once looked untouchable was slowing, his career winding down before most thought it should. Retirement and life after football. In June 2021, Demaryius Thomas officially announced his retirement. His farewell video was simple, heartfelt, and full of gratitude. He thanked the Broncos organization, his teammates, his coaches, and the fans who had embraced him as one of their own. At just 33 years old, retirement should have been giving you a chance to explore life beyond football, to mentor young players, to enjoy the wealth and respect he had earned. But beneath the surface, things were not easy. Thomas reportedly suffered from seizures in his final years, a condition that worried his friends and family. Those seizures were unexplained, but they pointed to something troubling. The possibility that the game had left behind more than just aches and pains. The tragedy, gone too soon. On December 9, 2021, the football world received devastating news. Demaryius Thomas was found dead in his home in Roswell, Georgia. He was only 33 years old. The initial reports suggested he may have died from a seizure. The shock was immense. This was not an aging retiree or a forgotten role player. This was a man who had been in the league only a few years earlier, a beloved figure whose smile, generosity, and humility had made him adored in every locker room he entered. When researchers later studied his brain, the results confirmed what many feared: Stage 2 CTE. Even in his early 30s, Thomas's brain had already suffered the trauma that doctors now link to mood disorders, memory loss, depression, and seizures. He had become yet another casualty in football's ongoing battle with itself. The legacy, hope, and warning. Demaryius Thomas's death was not just a personal tragedy, was a generational alarm bell. Here was a man who had played only 11 seasons, who had not been a lineman or a linebacker, who was not even 35 years old. And yet his brain had already been irreparably damaged by the game he loved. His story forced the NFL community to ask hard questions. How early does CTE begin? How many other players are living with undiagnosed symptoms? How do we reconcile the breathtaking beauty of the sport with the devastation it leaves behind? For fans in Denver, Thomas will always be remembered for joy, for the Tebow pass, for the Super Bowl run. for the countless times he raised his arms after a touchdown and lit up the stadium. But for doctors, for researchers, for advocates, his story is now also a case study, a tragic reminder that CTE is not a distant threat for retirees in their 60s or 70s, but a clear and present danger for players in the prime of their lives. A life of grace. Beyond football, Demaryius Thomas was remembered as a man of grace and generosity. Teammates spoke of his kindness, his humility, his willingness to help younger players. He never forgot where he came from, and he never let fame or money change who he was at his core. That's why his death cut so deep. It wasn't just that a great player was gone, it was that a great man, who still had decades of life ahead of him, was taken. Demaryius Thomas's story is both uplifting and heartbreaking. It shows us the heights football can take you to, the fame, the championships, the heroics, and it shows us how quickly those heights can give way to devastating lows. He was a star who burned bright, but whose light was extinguished too soon. In him, we see the promise of football's greatness and the peril of its hidden costs. Demaryius Thomas's legacy is now dual: a beloved champion in Denver's history and a tragic reminder of football's risks. In the NFL, the term tragedy often feels distant, abstract, until a story shatters the illusion. Jovan Belcher was a young linebacker, a promising talent, and a member of the Kansas City Chiefs defense. At just 25 years old, he was at the very start of what many expected to be a bright career. But December 1, 2012, changed everything. That day, the NFL and its fans confronted a horrifying reality. The game does not only leave physical scars, can leave invisible, insidious damage that seeps into every corner of a player's life. Belcher committed a murder-suicide, killing his girlfriend, Cassandra Perkins, before driving to Arrowhead Stadium and taking his own life in front of Chiefs management and teammates. The shockwaves were immediate. How could a young man who seemed to have it all spiral into violence and despair? And how much of it could be traced back to the hidden toll of professional football? Early life and rise. Jovan Belcher was born in West Babylon, New York, in 1987. From an early age, he displayed athletic talent and determination. Football was his passion, and he worked tirelessly to refine his skills. He excelled at University of Maine, where he became a standout linebacker, combining speed, instinct, and tackling precision. Despite playing at a smaller school, Belcher caught the eye of NFL scouts with his athleticism and tenacity. He was drafted in the 7th round of the 2009 NFL Draft by the Kansas City Chiefs. An underdog who would prove that determination could sometimes outweigh pedigree. Belcher quickly earned respect in the locker room. Coaches praised his work ethic, teammates admired his commitment, and fans appreciated his intensity on the field. By all appearances, he was a player on the rise, poised to make a meaningful impact on the league. Professional career, promise, and impact. Belcher's career with the Chiefs was marked by hard-nosed play and reliability. He became a key contributor on special teams and gradually earned a larger role in the defensive rotation. Over the course of 3 seasons, he played in 42 games, registering tackles, sacks, and occasional pass defenses. To his teammates, Belcher was energetic, approachable, and fiercely loyal. He embodied the traits of a linebacker: physical courage, discipline, and the willingness to sacrifice his body for the team. On the field, he was fearless, absorbing hits and delivering them with precision. Off the field, he was quiet but well-liked, a man who didn't seek attention beyond his performance. By 2012, Belcher had become a starter, his presence integral to the Chiefs' defense. For a man from a small college, he had achieved a level of success few could imagine. The NFL had given him purpose, a path, and a future. The tragic day, murder-suicide on that fateful December day, Belcher's life and the lives of those around him mended abruptly and violently. He shot Cassandra Perkins, the mother of his 3-month-old daughter, in their home. Then he drove to Arrowhead Stadium, where he encountered Chiefs executives, including general manager Scott Pioli and head coach Romeo Crennel. Without saying a word, he pulled the trigger, taking his own life. The NFL was stunned. The public was stunned. How could a young, successful athlete commit such an act? How could a man so full of promise end in such a devastating spiral? Immediately, speculation swirled. Friends, family, and analysts searched for explanations. Mental illness, personal stressors, and domestic issues were all considered. But as investigations continued, a deeper, darker reality emerged. Repeated head trauma from football may have played a critical role. CTE and the invisible damage after Belcher's death, researchers studied his brain. The results confirmed stage 2 chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. Despite being only 25, Belcher's brain showed signs of the same degenerative disease that had afflicted veterans of the league for decades. CTE is linked to mood disorders, impulsivity, depression, and cognitive impairment. For Belcher, the symptoms may have manifested as sudden anger, emotional volatility, and an inability to regulate stress. What appeared to outsiders as inexplicable behavior was, in part, a biological consequence of years of subconcussive impacts, collisions, and the relentless demands of professional football. His death became a stark symbol. CTE does not discriminate by age or career length. Even young players, with only a few seasons in the league, are vulnerable to its effects. The brain, unlike other injuries, has no immediate warning until it's too late. Impact on the NFL and public perception. The murder-suicide of Jovan Belcher forced the NFL to confront uncomfortable truths about mental health, player safety, and the long-term effects of head trauma. Teams began reviewing their mental health protocols, and the public demanded answers about how young men could be so deeply affected by the sport they loved. Media coverage was intense, sometimes intrusive, but it sparked important discussions. Advocates emphasized that support systems for active and retired players were insufficient, particularly for younger athletes who had not yet established post-football careers. Belcher's death showed that the NFL's responsibility extends beyond finances and physical safety, includes mental and emotional well-being. Often overlooked until tragedy strikes. Legacy and questions left behind. Jovan Belcher will always be remembered with mixed emotions. To his family, his life and death were a devastating loss. To the league, he became a warning. The cost of the game isn't always visible on X-rays or MRI scans. For fans, he remains a cautionary tale, a reminder that even heroes are human, fragile, and vulnerable. Belcher's death raised systemic questions. How can the league better identify early signs of CTE in current players? How can teams provide mental health support before crises escalate? How many other young athletes might be quietly struggling, carrying invisible damage that could lead to similar tragedies? His story also humanizes the statistics we've grown familiar with in recent years. Concussions, head trauma, and neurodegenerative diseases aren't just numbers, they belong to real people. Often with families, children, and dreams that are abruptly cut short. Reflection, the human cost, the murder-suicide of Jovan Belcher, stands out not just for its violence, but for its implications. It forces us to consider the human cost of professional football, the lives behind the headlines and highlight reels. These are men who have trained since childhood, who have sacrificed their bodies and minds for glory and a paycheck. Yet even their sacrifices cannot shield them from the invisible consequences of the sport. Belcher's story also intersects with domestic violence awareness, mental health advocacy, and the urgent need for more comprehensive research on youth, college, and professional athletes exposed to repetitive head trauma. Each layer of his story is a lesson both for the league and for society at large. He was more than a statistic. He was a father, a teammate, and a son. His life, though tragically short, continues to influence the NFL, pushing conversations about safety, mental health, and the silent consequences of collisions that once seemed innocuous. Jovan Belcher's life and death highlight the intersection of tragedy, athleticism, and science. His murder-suicide shocked the world and forced the NFL to grapple with questions that had been simmering for decades. It's a story that reminds us that players, no matter how young or talented, are not invincible. The sport that elevates them can also destroy them, sometimes in ways that cannot be seen until it is too late. In remembering Jovan Belcher, we are reminded of the fragility behind the bravado, the hidden battles every player may fight in silence, and the urgent need for systemic support that goes beyond helmet technology and concussion protocols. His story is a somber, cautionary chapter in the NFL's ongoing struggle with mental health and CTE. One that echoes alongside the tragedies of Mike Webster, Dave Duerson, and Vincent Jackson. The NFL is a world of controlled chaos. Men train their bodies to perfection, pushing limits few would dare approach. Yet, even in a game defined by toughness, mortality remains inescapable. No one embodied this stark reality more than Chuck Hughes, the Detroit Lions wide receiver whose story would forever haunt the league. On October 24, 1971, in the middle of a regular game against the Chicago Bears, Hughes collapsed on the field. At just 28 years old, his life ended there. Under the bright stadium lights and in front of thousands of fans, teammates, and opponents. To this day, Hughes remains the only NFL player to die during a game, a grim testament to the physical toll and unpredictability of football. Early life and rise to the NFL. Chuck Hughes was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1943, growing up in a city steeped in sports tradition. From an early age, he excelled in football and baseball, showing both athleticism and determination. He attended Villanova University, where he was a standout wide receiver, noted for his speed, hands, and instinctual route running. Hughes' skills on the field were complemented by an unassuming personality. He was hardworking, disciplined, and focused on perfecting his craft. Scouts recognized a player who not only had talent, but also the character to endure the pressures of professional football. He was drafted by the Detroit Lions in 1967, beginning a professional career that, though tragically short, left a lasting impression on those who knew him. NFL career, competitor, and team player Hughes quickly became a reliable target for the Lions. He played 4 seasons, recording 1,142 receiving yards and 11 touchdowns, respectable numbers for a receiver in that era. But it wasn't just statistics that defined him. It was his work ethic and willingness to absorb hits. Known for running precise routes and making clutch catches, Hughes embodied the essence of a team-first player. Coaches praised his discipline, teammates admired his dedication, and fans respected his humility. On the field, he was fearless, taking hits from linebackers and defensive backs with stoic determination. Yet, behind the toughness, Hughes carried a body subjected to repeated collisions impacts that, while normal for football, could contribute to unseen strain on the heart and nervous system. The fateful day, game and collapse, October 24, 1971, began like any other Sunday. The Lions were playing the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field, and Hughes was lined up at wide receiver, ready to make his contribution. Midway through the game, after running a pass route, Hughes suddenly collapsed on the field. Medical staff rushed to his side, but despite resuscitation efforts, he could not be revived. The news sent shockwaves through the stadium, the locker room, and the league. Players and fans struggled to comprehend the scene. A healthy young man in the prime of his life, gone in an instant. In the decades since, it has remained a haunting image, the starkest reminder that even those trained for extreme physicality are not invincible. Cause of death, heart condition, and game stress. Medical examination revealed that Hughes had undetected arteriosclerosis, a hardening of the arteries combined with a heart condition worsened by the extreme stress of professional football. Unlike other on-field deaths caused by external trauma, Hughes' collapse was internal, a physiological failure brought on by exertion, adrenaline, and cumulative strain. Doctors noted that repeated high-intensity games, practices, and physical stress likely exacerbated his condition. The NFL of the 1970s had little in the way of cardiac monitoring, leaving players like Hughes vulnerable to silent but deadly health risks. Hughes' death highlighted a sobering truth: while equipment, rules, and medical protocols protect players from external harm, the very act of pushing the human body to extremes carries inherent, sometimes invisible, risks. Impact on the NFL and awareness. Chuck Hughes' death marked a turning point in player safety awareness, even if its full implications were not immediately understood. The league began paying closer attention to cardiac health, instituting better medical screenings and more rigorous preseason testing. For teammates and opponents, Hughes' death was a visceral shock. It forced them to confront the fragility of their profession. Players who had felt invincible, hardened by years of physical punishment, suddenly realized that the dangers of football could come not just from a helmet-to-helmet hit, but from the internal toll of exertion. League officials described the tragedy as a wake-up call, a reminder that no one, regardless of skill or conditioning, was immune to the ultimate cost of human vulnerability. Legacy, a reminder of mortality. Chuck Hughes' legacy is defined not by the numbers in a stat sheet, but by the profound lesson his death imparted. He is remembered as a dedicated teammate, a precise receiver, and a man who gave his all for the game. Yet, his story is also a cautionary tale, a stark illustration that the pursuit of excellence in football can come with unforeseen, sometimes fatal consequences. Even decades later, his death remains a reference point in discussions of player safety and health. It is invoked when leagues consider pre-game medical evaluations, cardiovascular screening, and protocols for player exertion. Hughes' story has become part of the moral fabric of the sport, reminding both fans and athletes that mortality is the ultimate leveler, even in the world's most physically demanding game. Reflection. Lessons for players and the league. Hughes' death emphasizes that football is as dangerous internally as it is externally. While modern equipment protects against head trauma and surface injuries, the cardiovascular strain of repeated exertion remains a real risk. The league today, decades after Hughes' death, incorporates more sophisticated monitoring. But his story is a reminder that awareness and vigilance are lifelong responsibilities for players, trainers, and medical staff alike. It also speaks to the unpredictability of the sport. No matter how young, strong, or disciplined a player might be, the human body has limits. Hughes' death serves as a symbol that athletic brilliance and dedication, while admirable, are not shields against nature's final verdict. The human side, friends, teammates, and fans. For those who knew Chuck Hughes, his passing left an indelible mark. Teammates recalled his humility, work ethic, and quiet leadership. Coaches remembered a player who could be relied upon in critical moments, a man whose commitment to the team was absolute. Fans mourned a young talent whose potential was never fully realized. Stories from the locker room describe silence and disbelief after the collapse, a collective understanding that the game had claimed one of its own in a manner no one could have anticipated. For the community, Hughes' death was not just a statistic. It was a human tragedy, personal and raw. Enduring message. Chuck Hughes' story continues to resonate for one simple reason. It is real, immediate, and unflinching. Unlike other narratives of post-career CTE or long-term injury, Hughes' death was instantaneous. It reminds us that the game can exact its toll in a heartbeat, and that the pursuit of excellence can intersect with mortality in the most abrupt and unforgiving ways. For modern players, Hughes' experience is a lesson in humility and preparation. For the NFL, it is a call to continuously evaluate safety, screening, and medical oversight. And for fans, it is a reminder that the spectacle of the game carries the weight of very real human lives behind every catch, tackle, and touchdown. Chuck Hughes may have played his last game in 1971. But his story remains etched in the consciousness of football as a permanent reminder of the stakes, the risks, and the humanity behind the helmet. In the NFL, the line between brilliance and tragedy is often razor-thin. Chris Henry embodied both ends of that spectrum, a player of immense talent whose life and career were marked by flashes of greatness and moments of personal struggle. His story is a reminder that the game, while exhilarating and rewarding, can also expose vulnerabilities, both physical and emotional, in ways no one anticipates. Chris Henry was a wide receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals, drafted in 2005 from the University of West Virginia. He arrived in the NFL with raw speed, athleticism, and the ability to make explosive plays. Coaches praised his physical gifts. Teammates admired his potential. On the field, he could be electrifying a man, capable of turning short passes into long gains, of making defenders miss with grace and power. Yet, behind the highlight reels, Henry's life was troubled. His journey was marked by legal issues, off-field incidents, and the immense pressure of living up to potential in a high-stakes league. His personal struggles, compounded by the relentless physical toll of professional football, would ultimately define the tragic arc of his story. Early life and NFL ascent. Chris Henry was born in Aberdeen, Maryland, in 1983. From a young age, he demonstrated natural athletic ability, excelling in football during high school and eventually earning a scholarship to West Virginia University. There, he became a standout wide receiver, known for his size, speed, and catching ability. Henry's college career positioned him as a strong NFL prospect. He combined explosiveness with versatility, able to line up outside or in the slot, take handoffs on reverses, and contribute on special teams. His physical gifts were undeniable, but scouts and coaches also noted areas for growth, maturity, focus, and decision-making. Drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals in the second round of the 2005 NFL Draft, Henry entered a league of immense opportunity and scrutiny. The transition from college to professional football is never easy, and for Henry, the challenges of personal discipline and off-field behavior would accompany the physical demands of the sport. Professional career, talent, and turmoil. Henry's career with the Bengals was marked by a mix of on-field promise and off-field turmoil. In his early seasons, he showed flashes of brilliance, hauling in receptions for big gains and demonstrating a playmaking ability that few could ignore. His speed, strength, and size made him a weapon in Cincinnati's offense, and at times, he looked capable of breaking out as a top receiver in the league. But outside the lines, Henry struggled. His career was punctuated by arrests, suspensions, and public scrutiny. Legal issues included multiple arrests for various offenses, ranging from alcohol-related incidents to accusations of reckless behavior. Each episode created tension within the team and challenged his relationships with coaches, teammates, and the league itself. Despite these difficulties, those closest to him often described Henry as charismatic, intelligent, and fiercely loyal. He cared about football, about his teammates, and about proving that he could overcome mistakes. On the field, he often seemed to channel personal adversity into determination, running routes with focus, making catches under pressure, and competing with a fiery intensity. The tragic incident on December 17, 2009, Chris Henry's life came to a sudden and shocking end. He was riding in the back of a pickup truck when he fell from the moving vehicle. The accident, which occurred in Cincinnati, Ohio, left him critically injured, and he was pronounced dead at the age of 26. The NFL community was stunned. Here was a young athlete, full of talent and potential, gone in an instant. The circumstances of his death highlighted the fragility of life, even for men conditioned to withstand the extreme physical demands of professional football. Henry's passing was mourned not only by the Bengals organization, but by teammates, friends, family, and fans across the league. CTE diagnosis and the hidden toll. After his death, researchers examined Henry's brain and discovered that he suffered from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, despite being only 26 years old. The diagnosis confirmed what scientists had increasingly feared: even relatively short NFL careers, combined with repetitive head trauma, can lead to degenerative brain disease at a young age. CTE is associated with mood swings, impulsivity, aggression, depression, and impaired judgment. For Henry, these neurological changes may have contributed to his off-field struggles and risky behaviors, including legal issues and erratic decision-making. The disease does not discriminate based on career length or fame. It silently accumulates with every hit, every collision, every moment of force absorbed by the brain. In Henry's case, the combination of repeated concussions, subconcussive impacts, and the pressures of NFL competition likely accelerated the onset of symptoms, manifesting in ways that were tragic and irreversible. His story reinforced the reality that CTE is not only a concern for retired veterans, but can affect active players, young stars, and those whose careers are cut short by circumstances beyond their control. Impact on the NFL and awareness. Chris Henry's death further intensified the conversation about player safety, brain health, and the long-term consequences of football. The NFL faced increasing pressure to expand research on CTE, improve concussion protocols, and provide support for players navigating neurological and mental health challenges. The league began examining how young players, even in their early 20s, could be vulnerable to degenerative brain disease. Henry's diagnosis added urgency to initiatives aimed at protecting players, raising awareness that off-field behavior and on-field injuries are often intertwined in ways that affect life and death. For teammates, Henry's passing was a wake-up call. Men who shared hits on the gridiron began to consider their own vulnerabilities. Friends and coaches recognized the invisible burden carried by players and the importance of mental health, treatment, and support systems for those affected by repetitive trauma. Legacy, talent, tragedy, and reflection. Chris Henry's legacy is one of unrealized potential and cautionary lessons. On the field, he demonstrated the skill, speed, and playmaking ability of a rising NFL star. Off the field, he wrestled with challenges that underscored the human cost of professional football. His death, combined with the posthumous CTE diagnosis, made him emblematic of the hidden consequences of the sport. Henry's story forces reflection. How many other young players may be silently affected by neurological injury? How can the league support athletes in managing both physical and emotional health? What responsibilities do teams, coaches, and organizations have to intervene before tragedies occur? Even decades after his passing, the lessons of Chris Henry remain relevant and urgent. His life reminds us that the NFL is not just about touchdowns, tackles, and statistics. It is about the men who play the game, whose bodies and minds carry burdens unseen by fans or media. Reflection, the human cost of glory. Chris Henry's story is more than a cautionary tale about CTE. It is a human story, a narrative of promise, struggle, and premature loss. He was a son, a brother, a friend, and a teammate. He was a man with aspirations, dreams, and the drive to succeed at the highest level of football. Yet the combination of the game's physical toll, neurological damage, and personal pressures created a perfect storm with devastating consequences. In remembering Henry, we are reminded that the glory of professional football comes with immense risks. Players, even at the peak of physical fitness, remain vulnerable to injury, illness, and disease. The NFL may celebrate talent and achievement, but Henry's life underscores that the human cost behind those achievements is profound. Chris Henry's story closes this chapter in the Invisible Warrior series with a stark reminder. The game is unforgiving, and its consequences often extend far beyond the field. His untimely death, compounded by CTE, demonstrates the urgent need for continued research, enhanced player support, and cultural change within the sport. As we move forward in this series, Henry's legacy stands as a warning, a testament to the fragility, resilience, and vulnerability of the men who step onto the field. His story, tragic yet instructive, reinforces that the NFL's greatest battles are not always visible on highlight reels or stat sheets. They are fought silently in the minds and hearts of its players. In the world of professional football, toughness is currency. running backs are celebrated for their willingness to absorb punishment, to crash headfirst into defenders, to carry the weight of the offense and the expectation of victory on their shoulders. Few embodied this ethos more than Marion Barber III, the Dallas Cowboys' bruising, relentless, and electrifying running back whose career left fans awestruck and whose life after football would reveal the hidden cost of the sport he loved. Barber was a player whose physical style of play became his calling card. He was known for his violent inside runs, punishing stiff arms, and uncanny ability to turn collisions into yardage, earning the nickname the Punisher among teammates and fans alike. But behind the reputation for toughness lay a man who would pay a steep personal price for every yard gained, every hit taken, and every defensive wall he plowed through. Early life and rise to prominence. Marion Sylvester Barber III was born on June 10, 1983, in Plymouth, Minnesota, into a family deeply rooted in athletics. Football was a family affair. His father and older brother had played at high levels, and his younger brother, Dominique Barber, would also eventually play in the NFL. From an early age, Marion displayed the rare combination of strength, agility, and competitive drive that hinted at a future in professional football. He attended Minnesota's Robbinsdale Cooper High School, where he excelled as a running back, demonstrating both speed and toughness beyond his years. College recruiters took notice, and Barber went on to the University of Minnesota, becoming one of the most dominant running backs in the Big Ten. He earned multiple accolades for his power running style, breakaway speed, and ability to absorb hits while maintaining balance and forward momentum. Drafted by the Dallas Cowboys in the 4th round of the 2005 NFL Draft, Barber entered a league where his physical style would make him both feared by opponents and admired by fans. He was poised to carve out a career defined by hard yards, bruising collisions, and a relentless approach to every snap. NFL career. The brutal beauty of football. Barber's career with the Cowboys, spanning 2005 to 2010, was marked by moments of brilliance and relentless physical punishment. He quickly earned a reputation as a Pro Bowl caliber back, known not for finesse but for sheer physicality and fearlessness. Every run was a statement. He would lower his pads, drive through tacklers, and fight for every inch. His highlights were the stuff of legend, crushing runs that left defenders sprawled, decisive third-down conversions that energized crowds, and a style of play that seemed almost gladiatorial in its intensity. Barber was not just playing football. He was imposing his will on the game itself. Yet the very quality that made him exceptional, his willingness to take repeated hits, would later prove to be his undoing. Over hundreds of carries, hundreds of collisions, Barber's body absorbed thousands of pounds of force. The cumulative effect of these impacts, largely invisible during the game, would shape the trajectory of his post-football life. Transition to life after football. After retiring from professional play in 2011, Barber faced a common struggle for athletes whose identities have been intertwined with the gridiron for decades. Suddenly freed from the weekly regimen of practice, film study, and games, he was left with physical pain, mental health challenges, and a profound sense of lost purpose. Barber reportedly struggled with depression, mood swings, and irritability in the years following his retirement. Friends described a man wrestling with feelings of isolation, frustration, and the lingering consequences of a career defined by physical combat. The very toughness that allowed him to thrive in the NFL became a double-edged sword, making it difficult to navigate life outside the uniform, outside the stadium, and away from the adulation of fans. CTE and the invisible consequences. Tragically, Marion Barber III passed away on June 1, 2022, at just 38 years old. While the immediate cause was reported as natural, posthumous examination of his brain confirmed that he had suffered from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. CTE is a degenerative brain disease associated with repeated head trauma, including the subconcussive hits that running backs endure on nearly every play. Symptoms often include memory loss, depression, impulsivity, and aggression. reflecting the cumulative toll of a career spent absorbing punishment in the trenches of the NFL. For Barber, the diagnosis helped contextualize his post-retirement struggles. His mood swings, occasional erratic behavior, and mental health challenges were not merely the result of circumstance, they were the biological consequence of years of repeated trauma. A hidden ledger written in the folds of the brain. Legacy, strength, sacrifice, and awareness. Marion Barber III's story is emblematic of a new understanding of the NFL. That toughness comes at a cost. Fans remembered him for his punishing runs and highlight reel tackles. But his family, friends, and the medical community understood that each carry, each collision, each game contributed to something far more insidious than bruises or joint pain. Barber's legacy is twofold. On one hand, he was a Pro Bowl caliber back, a physical marvel, and a beloved teammate who never shied from contact. On the other, he is a cautionary tale, a stark reminder that the physical and neurological consequences of football extend far beyond retirement. His life and untimely death have added urgency to conversations about player safety, head trauma, and long-term health monitoring, particularly for running backs and other high-contact positions. Reflection. The human cost of glory. Marion Barber III's story forces reflection on the human cost of football. For every highlight, every touchdown, and every cheering stadium, there exists an unseen ledger, the silent accumulation of trauma, the slow erosion of cognitive function, and the emotional and mental toll on players who give everything to the game. Barber's career exemplified the warrior mentality of the NFL. He embraced pain, fought through injury, and carried the weight of expectation with determination. But his posthumous CTE diagnosis underscores a truth that fans and analysts must confront. The very game that produces such exhilaration and triumph can leave lasting damage, sometimes invisible, until it is too late. His life is also a lesson in empathy. Understanding Barber's struggles requires looking beyond the highlights and statistics to the lived experience of the man behind the uniform. The physical and mental battles that persisted long after the stadium emptied. It reminds us that athletes are not invincible, and that the applause, adoration, and fame do not shield them from the cumulative effects of the sport they love. Marion Barber III's story closes with a mixture of awe and sorrow. He was a player who inspired fans with his fearlessness and relentlessness. Yet he was also a man whose career and lifestyle carried profound consequences for his long-term health. His post-retirement struggles and untimely death at 38 remind us that the NFL, while thrilling and spectacular, is a game that exacts a serious toll on those who play it. In remembering Barber, we honor both his achievements and his humanity. His legacy challenges the league, players, and fans to recognize the hidden costs of professional football, to continue advancing player safety, and to treat mental health with the seriousness it deserves. Barber's life is a reflection of the NFL's dual reality, the triumphs and glory on the field and the invisible battles, fought in the minds and bodies of its athletes long after the cheers have faded. In the NFL, promise is fragile, and greatness can arrive and vanish in the span of a few seasons. Few stories embody this truth more hauntingly than that of Salaam, the Heisman Trophy-winning running back whose star burned bright, but whose journey in the league was tragically brief. His life and career are a somber illustration of how fleeting athletic triumph can be, and how the physical and psychological tolls of football can manifest long after the cheers have faded. Salaam arrived in the NFL with meteoric expectations. As a Heisman Trophy winner in 1994 at the University of Colorado, he had demonstrated a combination of speed, power, and vision rarely seen in collegiate football. He was an athlete of extraordinary capability, able to shift momentum with a single play, to change the trajectory of a game, and to command attention both on the field and in the media. Early life and collegiate ascendancy. Salaam was born on June 8, 1974, in San Carlos, California, and raised in an environment that fostered both resilience and competitiveness. From an early age, Salaam displayed exceptional athletic talent, excelling in football while also participating in track and other sports. His combination of explosive speed, balance, and determination made him a standout in high school, eventually earning him a scholarship to the University of Colorado. At Colorado, Salaam quickly emerged as one of the most dynamic running backs in the nation. In his junior year, he carried the ball 349 times for 2,055 yards and 24 touchdowns, averaging nearly 6 yards per carry. His performance earned him the 1994 Heisman Trophy, making him the third Colorado player to receive the honor. In the eyes of scouts, analysts, and fans, Salaam had arrived not only as a champion in college football, but as a player destined for professional greatness. NFL career, promise, and early struggles. Rashaan Salaam was drafted 9th overall by the Chicago Bears in the 1995 NFL Draft, a selection that carried enormous expectations. In his rookie season, he displayed flashes of brilliance, showcasing the same speed and power that had made him a Heisman winner. On certain plays, he could seemingly defy defenders, weaving through traffic and accelerating pass coverage with effortless grace. Yet, the NFL proved to be an unforgiving environment. Salaam struggled to adjust to the sheer physicality and complexity of professional football, facing more sophisticated defenses and enduring hits far more punishing than those in college. Injuries began to take a toll, limiting his ability to maintain consistency. While he had moments of dazzling performance, the weight of expectation combined with physical setbacks began to define his NFL tenure. By his third season, Salaam's production had declined, and he found himself battling injuries, changing teams, and grappling with the harsh realities of professional football. His career, once viewed as destined for stardom, was curtailed to just 4 seasons in the leg short, heartbreaking chapter for a player of immense potential. Off-field struggles and mental health. As Salaam transitioned out of the NFL, signs of personal struggle became increasingly evident. Former teammates and friends noted periods of isolation, depression, and erratic behavior, suggesting that the pressures of elite athletics and the physical toll of the game had left lasting marks. The short-lived NFL career that had begun with so much promise left him grappling with identity and purpose, common among athletes who retire or are forced out earlier than expected. Without the structure of football, Salaam faced the same questions many former players confront. Who am I without the game? How do I navigate a world without the weekly rhythm of practice, preparation, and competition? While definitive medical confirmation was limited at the time, posthumous analysis and research have suggested that his struggles could have been linked to chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, the degenerative brain disease found in many former NFL players. CTE is associated with depression, impulsivity, mood swings, and cognitive decline factors that often contribute to tragic outcomes in ex-players. The tragic end. On December 2, 2016, Rashaan Salaam died by suicide in Austin, Texas, at the age of 43. The news shocked the football community. Here was a man whose life had been defined by athletic brilliance, yet who succumbed to struggles that remained largely invisible to fans and teammates alike. Salaam's death underscored the vulnerability of NFL athletes, revealing that even those who achieve the pinnacle of success in college and show flashes of promise in the pros are not immune to the consequences of repeated physical trauma and mental health challenges. The tragic combination of career disappointment, chronic injury, and possible neurological disease created a perfect storm that ultimately claimed his life. CTE and legacy. Following his death, Rashaan Salaam's brain was studied, adding him to the growing list of NFL players diagnosed with CTE posthumously. The disease provided a sobering context for his struggles, linking behavioral and psychological symptoms to repeated head trauma. It confirmed what researchers had long suspected: even a short NFL career, when combined with the cumulative hits sustained in college and the pros, can lead to devastating neurological consequences. Salaam's case also highlighted a painful reality. The game's dangers are not always proportional to fame, longevity, or accolades. A Heisman Trophy winner, drafted in the first round and once hailed as a future star, could be brought down by invisible forces, the echoes of collisions reverberating years after the final whistle. Reflection, talent, tragedy, and awareness. Salaam's story forces reflection on the duality of football. Exhilaration of athletic triumph and the hidden costs it exacts. For fans, he will be remembered for electrifying runs, the thrill of college dominance, and the promise of NFL stardom. For researchers, advocates, and the families of players, his life is a case study in the intersection of head trauma, mental health, and the fleeting nature of athletic careers. The lessons of Salaam's life extend beyond the individual. They touch on league responsibility, player safety, and the urgent need for continued research and support. His story serves as a stark reminder that behind every highlight reel is a human being whose mind and body endure consequences that may not manifest until years later. The larger impact on the NFL and society. Salaam's tragic end contributed to a broader understanding of the long-term effects of football-related head trauma. His life adds weight to the argument that neurological support, mental health resources, and proactive interventions are critical for both active and retired players. In the years since his death, the NFL and the wider football community have faced growing scrutiny over how concussions, subconcussive hits, and post-career care are handled. Cases like Salaam's emphasize that the human cost of football extends beyond fame and statistics. It is measured in the lives altered, the mental health struggles endured, and the untimely deaths of men who once thrilled fans with their skill and courage. Salaam's story is a haunting illustration of what happens when potential, physical trauma, and mental health intersect in tragic ways. A Heisman Trophy winner with a fleeting NFL career, he carried the hopes of fans, the expectations of scouts, and the burden of repeated physical impact. Yet, as his life demonstrates, the most profound battles are often invisible. The internal struggles, the mental health challenges, and the neurological damage that can linger long after the stadium lights fade. In remembering Salaam, we honor both his athletic brilliance and his humanity, acknowledging the hidden consequences of the sport he loved. His story demands empathy, understanding, and continued action to protect future generations of players, ensuring that talent and dedication are celebrated without the silent sacrifice of health and life. In the pantheon of NFL legends, few names evoke the golden era of the 1950s and 1960s like Frank Gifford, a player whose charisma, athleticism, and versatility made him a household name. Gifford was the embodiment of football's early glamour golden boy who seemed almost untouchable, a symbol of what the league could offer in heroism, talent, and fame. Yet behind the public persona, behind the celebrated highlights and television appearances, lay a career, a body shaped by relentless punishment, enduring collisions, and the invisible tolls of a game that demanded everything from those who played it. Gifford's story reminds us that even icons, those celebrated for their skill, poise, and apparent invulnerability, were not spared the harsh realities of football. His life serves as a testament to the hidden costs of the NFL, where enduring brilliance on the field could mask cumulative physical and neurological damage that would only be fully understood decades later. Early life and the making of a legend. Frank Gifford was born on August 16, 1930, in Santa Monica, California, at a time when professional football was still carving its niche in American sports culture. Athletic from a young age, Gifford excelled in multiple sports, demonstrating a rare combination of speed, strength, and coordination. He attended the University of Southern California, USC, where he emerged as one of college football's most versatile athletes, equally adept at running, passing, and catching the ball. Drafted by the New York Giants in 1952, Gifford's entry into the NFL coincided with the league's transformation from regional curiosity to national spectacle. His grace, intelligence, and adaptability allowed him to shine in a variety of roles: halfback, flanker, and even occasional quarterback. Fans marveled at his ability to make split-second decisions, break tackles, and execute precise plays under pressure. NFL career. Triumph and brutality. Gifford's NFL career was remarkable for both its longevity and its intensity. Over the course of 12 seasons with the Giants, he became a cornerstone of the team's offense, earning 8 Pro Bowl selections and the admiration of teammates and opponents alike. He was a model of athletic versatility, capable of rushing, receiving, and scoring touchdowns with equal facility, making him a constant threat on the field. Yet football in the 1950s was unforgiving. Protective equipment was rudimentary by modern standards, and rules designed to safeguard players were minimal. Hits that today would result in fines or ejections were standard, often brutal collisions delivered with unrelenting force. Gifford absorbed punishment at every level, from linebackers charging up the middle to defensive backs aiming to neutralize his cutting routes. In 1960, Gifford suffered a devastating injury during a game against the Cleveland Browns. A violent tackle left him unconscious on the field. He broke his leg, suffered internal injuries, and was forced to miss the remainder of the season. Many assumed such a hit would mark the end of his career yet. Gifford's resilience and determination drove him to return to the field in 1962. A remarkable comeback that further cemented his reputation as both a warrior and a symbol of NFL toughness. Life beyond the game. Following his retirement in 1964, Gifford transitioned into a life in the public eye, leveraging his fame into a career in broadcasting and sports commentary. He became one of the first former players to thrive as a television personality, joining Monday Night Football and bringing insight, wit, and credibility to millions of viewers. But beneath the polished exterior and the television charm, Gifford, like many players of his era, had paid an unspoken price for his career. The repeated blows, concussions, and collisions had accumulated quietly over the years, manifesting as lingering neurological and cognitive effects that were poorly understood at the time. Posthumous CTE diagnosis. Following his death in August 2015 at age 84, Gifford's brain was examined and revealed the presence of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. The diagnosis was startling, not because of the presence of the disease itself, but because it highlighted a profound truth. Even the most celebrated and revered athletes, players whose careers predated modern safety protocols, were vulnerable to the long-term neurological consequences of repeated head trauma. Gifford's case demonstrated that CTE is not confined to contemporary players or those with long careers in the modern NFL. The brutal hits, aggressive playing style, and lack of protective rules in earlier decades could leave lasting marks, even in players whose achievements seem to define invincibility. His diagnosis confirmed what researchers had long suspected. The sport's hidden costs transcend eras, affecting every generation of men who endured the collisions and carried the weight of professional football. The broader implications. Frank Gifford's life and posthumous diagnosis have implications that ripple through the NFL, sports medicine, and public perception. He was not an anomaly. Rather, he represented a generation of players who played in an era before widespread awareness of concussions and neurological risk. The implications extend to player safety, concussion protocols, and the ongoing debate about how much the league owes to its past and present athletes. Gifford's story also challenges the myth that fame or resilience can protect players from the long-term consequences of the sport. The Golden Boy image obscured a history of trauma, reminding the football community that legacy and health are not mutually exclusive, yet both are fragile. Reflection, courage, and consequence. Frank Gifford's career was defined by courage, adaptability, and a relentless pursuit of excellence. On the field, he was a master strategist, a physical marvel, and a respected leader. Off the field, he was a pioneer in demonstrating that athletes could transition successfully into broadcasting and public life. Yet his story is also a cautionary tale. His CTE diagnosis confirms that even those who appear untouchable Those whose skill and fame seem to shield them are subject to the invisible, insidious consequences of the game. His life reminds us that behind the accolades, behind the touchdowns and televised moments, there exists a hidden ledger of impact and trauma, one that may not manifest until decades later. Legacy and remembrance. Frank Gifford remains a towering figure in NFL history, celebrated for his versatility, skill, and contributions to the sport. Fans remember his highlights, the breakaway runs, the clutch receptions, and the leadership on a Giants team that competed at the highest levels. But his life also leaves a critical legacy for future generations, a reminder that even icons are not invincible. Football's glamour, its spectacle, and its cultural mythology are intertwined with risk, sacrifice, and consequences that are not always visible. Gifford's story urges the league, its players, and fans to acknowledge the full cost of professional football, fostering awareness, research, and safeguards that honor both the game and those who play it. Frank Gifford's journey is one of triumph, courage, and ultimate caution. He was a symbol of the NFL's golden era, a player whose skill and determination captivated a nation. Yet his life also underscores a sobering truth: the hidden costs of football. CTE, trauma, and long-term neurological consequence spare no one, not even legends. As we look back on Gifford's life, we recognize both his extraordinary achievements and the silent toll of the sport he loved. His story becomes part of the larger narrative of the NFL's invisible warriors, men whose brilliance, toughness, and sacrifice are inseparable from the enduring consequences of a life spent colliding at the highest levels of athletic performance. In remembering Frank Gifford, we honor the athlete, the trailblazer, and the cautionary tale, acknowledging that the glory of football is inseparable from the weight it exacts and that even the brightest stars are ultimately human. In professional football, it is easy to equate legacy with longevity. The narrative often celebrates those who endure decade-long careers, amassing records, accolades, and fame. But the story of Tyler Sash reminds us that even a short career can leave indelible marks in the body, the mind, and ultimately, the life of a player. Sash's story is a chilling testament to the hidden cost of football, an echo of the violence and pressure that even brief exposure to the NFL can exact. Tyler Sash arrived in the NFL with promise. Drafted by the New York Giants in 2010, he was a safety with a keen instinct for the game, quick reactions, and fearless tackling ability. For a young player, Sash embodied the hope and excitement of fans watching a new generation step onto the professional stage. By his third season, he was a member of the Giants squad that captured Super Bowl 46, a championship that cemented his place, however briefly, in NFL history. Early life and collegiate career. Born on March 6, 1988, in Iowa City, Iowa, Tyler Sash was the youngest in a family that nurtured his athletic gifts. From an early age, Sash demonstrated natural instincts and competitive fire, excelling in multiple sports, but football became his true calling. His time at Iowa State University highlighted his capabilities: a defensive back with excellent coverage skills, a hard-hitting tackler, and a player willing to put his body on the line for every play. At Iowa State, Sash's presence on the field was marked not by flashy stats, but by consistency, awareness, and reliability. He became a leader in the secondary, respected by teammates and coaches alike for his football IQ and tenacity. By the time the NFL draft arrived, he had proven himself to be a player capable of making immediate contributions. Someone who could adapt quickly to the speed and complexity of the professional game. NFL career, promise, and triumph. Tyler Sash entered the NFL with high expectations. The Giants recognized his potential as a hard-hitting safety who could anchor the secondary and contribute to special teams. In the 2011 season, Sash achieved what many players dream of in a lifetime: a Super Bowl championship. Though not the star of the team, he played a supporting role that was critical to the squad's success, a testament to his work ethic, discipline, and fearless approach to the game. The Super Bowl victory, however, masked a less visible reality. Like many NFL players, Sash endured countless subconcussive hits, blows that may not have caused immediate symptoms but accumulated silently over time. Every tackle, collision, and fall chipped away at the neurological foundation that the league had yet to fully understand or protect. Post-career struggles, Sash's professional career was tragically short. By 2012, after just 3 seasons, he was out of the league. What followed was a period of mental and emotional turmoil. Reflecting a painful truth, the NFL can leave players with injuries that manifest long after the final whistle, regardless of career length. Family and friends reported that Sash exhibited behavioral changes, mood swings, and depressive episodes in the years following his departure from professional football. His experience reflects a growing recognition in sports medicine and neuroscience. CTE is not solely the result of long careers. Even a few years of repeated impacts can trigger lasting neurological effects. The tragic end on September 8, 2015. Tyler Sash died at the age of 27. The suddenness of his death shocked those who knew him personally and professionally. Posthumous examination revealed chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, confirming that the toll of football, even over a brief career, had contributed to a neurological decline that likely influenced his mental health and well-being. Sash's death illustrates a chilling reality. CTE can manifest in young players, even those whose time in the NFL was comparatively short, serving as a stark reminder that the cumulative effects of repeated hits are both invisible and insidious. CTE and short careers. What makes Tyler Sash's story particularly significant is the brevity of his career. Unlike players who endure 10, 15, or 20 years in the league, Sash's exposure was measured in less than 50 professional games, yet the neurological consequences were profound. Researchers point to the cumulative effect of every hit, every tackle, and every collision, no matter how small individually, contributing to long-term brain damage. Sash's case challenges the conventional belief that long-term exposure is necessary for serious neurological impact. It demonstrates that even short careers can leave lifelong scars, emphasizing the need for early interventions, rigorous medical monitoring, and enhanced protective measures for all players, regardless of career length. Reflection on identity and loss. For many players, identity is intimately tied to football. Leaving the sport can precipitate an identity crisis, amplified by physical and neurological struggles. In Sash's case, his transition out of football coincided with a period of psychological vulnerability, underscoring the interconnectedness of career, mental health, and neurological injury. Family and friends describe Sash as intelligent, vibrant, and passionate. Yet these qualities were challenged by the silent and relentless impact of CTE. His story forces reflection on how society, leagues, and support networks address the mental and neurological health of young athletes once the game is over. Legacy and lessons. Tyler Sash's life, though tragically brief, contributes to the broader narrative of football's hidden dangers. His story is a call to action, highlighting that the league must account for risks even for players who are in the NFL only briefly. Every tackle, hit, and collision carries potential consequences, making research, preventive protocols, and post-career support critical for player safety. Sash is remembered not only as a Super Bowl champion, but as a human being whose life and struggles highlight systemic gaps in how football addresses long-term health. In death, his story adds to the evidence that CTE and its devastating effects are pervasive, indiscriminate, and urgent matters for the NFL to confront. Tyler Sash's story is emblematic of the NFL's most sobering truths. A young man who reached the pinnacle of success, a champion at 23, yet succumbed to neurological disease at 27. Sash reminds us that the game's risks are profound and often invisible. His life underscores that career length is not a shield, and even a brief tenure in professional football can lead to lasting and tragic consequences. In the annals of the NFL, Seau's story serves both as a memorial to talent and potential lost and as a warning. The legacy of football is not only found in trophies and highlight reels, but in the lives and minds of those who endure its physical toll, sometimes far beyond the cheering crowds and the bright lights of stadiums. Tyler Seau's life and death demand recognition, empathy, and urgent action, reminding the world that behind every helmet lies a human being, and that even the youngest champions are vulnerable to the hidden cost of the sport. When we think of the NFL, our minds often drift to quarterbacks throwing perfect spirals, wide receivers making impossible catches, or running backs blazing past defenders. But the game's hidden toll is often borne by the unsung warriors, the linemen, blockers, and fullbacks who thrive in the trenches, sacrificing their bodies for the success of others. Among them, Kevin Turner stands as a tragic emblem of football's hidden costs. A man whose toughness on the field masked the slow, silent accumulation of trauma that would ultimately claim his life. Turner's story is both cautionary and profoundly human. He was a warrior on the field, a father and husband off it, and an advocate for awareness in his final years. His life reflects the duality of football, the glory and camaraderie of success, and the unseen, lasting consequences of repeated collisions and head trauma. Early life and path to the NFL. Born on February 12, 1969, in Massillon, Ohio, Kevin Turner grew up in a state where football is less a pastime than a religion. From a young age, he demonstrated remarkable physicality, toughness, and leadership qualities. His talent earned him recognition in high school, where coaches noted not only his athletic prowess, but also his mental fortitude and relentless work ethic. Turner continued his football journey at the University of Alabama, one of the most storied college programs in the nation. There, he excelled as a fullback, known for blocking with precision, absorbing hits without complaint, and creating opportunities for his running backs, though not always in the spotlight. Turner's contributions were crucial to his team's offensive rhythm, a testament to the unheralded nature of his position. His college success led to a selection in the 1993 NFL Draft, when he joined the New England Patriots, beginning a professional career that would span nearly a decade. NFL career. The fullback sacrifice in the NFL. Kevin Turner quickly established himself as a player willing to give everything for the team. The fullback position is one of the most physically punishing roles in football. Lead blocking into the heart of the defense, absorbing hits from linebackers and defensive ends, and rarely receiving the glory of a touchdown or highlight reel moment. Turner thrived in this environment, displaying discipline, courage, and an unyielding commitment to his teammates. Over his career with the Patriots and later the Philadelphia Eagles, he was respected as a dependable and selfless player, someone who put the game above personal gain. Fans might have noticed his occasional rushing attempts or short receptions, but those who understood the game knew Turner's true value lay in the unseen collisions, the thousands of bone-crushing impacts endured season after season. His career was not free from injury. Turner suffered multiple concussions and repetitive blows, each absorbed with the mindset of a professional who believed that enduring pain was simply part of the job. During his time, the long-term consequences of repeated head trauma were poorly understood, both by players and the league. Turner, like many of his contemporaries, had no reason to suspect that the invisible toll of the game would follow him long after retirement. Life after football and early signs after retiring from the NFL in 2002. Turner initially pursued a life focused on family, business, and community involvement. He remained active, coaching and mentoring young athletes, and was admired for his intelligence, humility, and generosity. However, it became increasingly clear that his body and brain had been profoundly affected by his time in football. In 2010, Turner was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis (ALS), also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. ALS is a progressive neurodegenerative condition that destroys nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, leading to loss of muscle control, difficulty speaking and swallowing, and eventually paralysis. The diagnosis was devastating, yet Turner approached it with the same determination and courage that defined his football career. He became an advocate, speaking openly about the potential connection between repeated head trauma in football and neurodegenerative diseases like ALS and CTE. The link to CTE Turner's case gained further attention when posthumous examination revealed chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. Scientists determined that the repeated head impacts he sustained as a fullback had likely contributed to both his neurological decline and the development of ALS. CTE is a progressive brain disease found in individuals with a history of repeated concussive and subconcussive blows. Symptoms can include memory loss, confusion, impaired judgment, depression, aggression, and eventually dementia. For Turner, these risks were compounded by the very role he played on the field, a position that required constant collisions, forceful contact, and relentless physical sacrifice. Turner's life and posthumous diagnosis highlight a critical truth. The NFL's hidden dangers do not discriminate by position, fame, or career length. Even fullbacks, often overlooked in highlight reels, can endure cumulative damage with profound consequences. Advocacy and awareness. Despite his deteriorating health, Kevin Turner became a voice for awareness and change. He partnered with researchers, spoke publicly about the risks of head trauma, and worked to educate players, families, and fans about the potential long-term effects of football. Turner's advocacy was rooted in personal experience. He described the fear, frustration, and isolation that came with watching his body fail while his mind fought to remain coherent. His willingness to share these experiences was a gift to both science and the NFL community, providing invaluable insight into the intersection of athletic achievement, neurological disease, and post-career health. Tragic end. Kevin Turner passed away on March 10, 2016. At the age of 46, his death was not sudden, but the inevitable culmination of years of neurodegenerative decline and physical deterioration. Posthumous examination confirmed both ALS and CTE, underscoring the devastating impact of professional football on players' bodies and brains. Turner's passing was mourned not only by fans and teammates, but by researchers and advocates who recognized the significance of his case. It stands as a somber reminder that football's toll is not always immediate, and that even those who play selflessly and successfully can suffer silently and profoundly. Reflection, courage, sacrifice, and legacy. Kevin Turner's story encapsulates the duality of football, glory on the field, and hidden sacrifice behind the scenes. He was a fullback, a position that rarely garners fame. Yet he bore the brunt of physical collisions with courage and professionalism. His post-career struggle with ALS and CTE demonstrates the long shadow cast by repeated impacts, regardless of position or prominence. Turner's legacy is multifaceted. He is remembered as a champion, a mentor, a husband, a father, and a tireless advocate. He is also remembered as a stark example of football's hidden dangers, a man whose life illuminates the urgent need for player safety, medical research, and post-career support. In reflecting on Kevin Turner's life, one is struck by the human cost of a game, often celebrated for its spectacle and athletic heroism. Turner's journey from the trenches of NFL collisions to the quiet, painful struggles with ALS and CTE reveals the true stakes of professional football. Every hit matters, every collision accumulates, and every player carries a risk that may extend far beyond their playing years. Turner's courage, both on and off the field, ensures that his story is not merely one of tragedy, but also education, advocacy, and remembrance. He reminds us that football is not just about touchdowns and championships. It is about the lives and bodies of the men who play it, and the responsibility society and the league have to protect, support, and honor them. Kevin Turner's life, his triumphs, and his tragic end join the broader narrative of the NFL's invisible warriors, men who paid the ultimate price for the game they loved. His story underscores the truth that even the seemingly strongest athletes are human, vulnerable, and deserving of both respect and protection. As the stadium lights dim and the roar of the crowd fades into silence, there remains a quiet, often overlooked reality: the toll the game of football extracts from those who play it. Behind the glory, the Super Bowl celebrations, and the Hall of Fame inductions, there exists a shadow, a hidden cost paid in bodies, minds, and sometimes lives. This is the story of those invisible warriors, the men who gave everything on the field, and who, in return, were left to confront injuries, neurological decline, and mortality long after the cheering had stopped. Over the course of this documentary, we have traced the stories of 20 players, men whose careers ranged from short-lived brilliance to decades of punishing play. From Terrell, whose knees betrayed him despite his MVP and Super Bowl triumphs, to Kevin Turner, whose fullback role demanded relentless collisions and whose posthumous diagnoses of ALS and CTE reveal the unseen cost. Each story carries a lesson. Each life embodies the contradictions of a game that is celebrated and loved, yet carries profound danger: the cost of glory. One recurring theme is clear: success in the NFL often comes at the expense of the player's body and brain. Otto, the legendary Raiders center, endured over 50 surgeries and countless joint replacements, a living monument to the gladiatorial nature of professional football. Players like Chris Borland remind us of another choice: the courage to walk away from the game to preserve one's health. His early retirement sparked debates, admiration, and a generational shift in thinking about the long-term consequences of repeated head trauma. Then there are the stars whose legacies were built on durability and toughness, only to reveal that these qualities were not shields against neurological decline. Mike Webster, Junior Seau, and Dave Duerson each demonstrated extraordinary skill, leadership, and loyalty, yet each succumbed to the hidden injuries of the game. Their stories are now intertwined with the scientific understanding of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, a disease that has transformed our perception of football, challenging the myth that toughness can insulate anyone from its effects. The spectrum of tragedy. The toll is not limited to career length or fame. Players with brief, brilliant careers suffered just as profoundly. Tyler Sash, Chris Henry, and Salaam exemplify the vulnerability of young athletes, showing that even a short tenure in the league can result in lifelong consequences. Sash, a Super Bowl champion at 23, died at 27, his brain revealing signs of CTE that underscored how little time it takes for repeated impacts to leave permanent marks. Chris Henry's struggles, marked by legal troubles and off-field instability, ended tragically with CTE confirmed at just 26. Salaam, a Heisman Trophy winner whose NFL career was curtailed by injuries, succumbed to suicide, possibly linked to brain trauma. These stories illustrate that talent and promise do not provide immunity. The game's physical and neurological costs are indiscriminate. Meanwhile, other players endured a slow decline, like Gale, whose brilliance on the field was met with repeated injuries and a struggle to reconcile identity after retirement. Or Frank Gifford, the golden boy of the 1950s, who suffered repeated hits even in a career celebrated for elegance and versatility, later diagnosed posthumously with CTE. Their stories highlight that the consequences are not always immediate or obvious, but accumulate insidiously, shaping lives in ways that are only fully understood years later. Neurological consequences and CTE. Central to the narrative of the NFL's invisible warriors is CTE, a disease that has redefined how we view football and the players who populate its rosters. This progressive neurodegenerative disease, caused by repeated concussive and subconcussive impacts, manifests as memory loss, depression, aggression, confusion, and eventually dementia. The lives of Duerson, Seau, Webster, Sash, Henry, Turner, Thomas, and Vincent Jackson all intersect with this reality, forming a grim pattern. The very game that brings fame, wealth, and achievement can also be silently corrosive to the mind. It is not merely a statistic or abstract concept. It is deeply human. Families have spoken of men who were once vibrant, disciplined, and intelligent, reduced to shadows of themselves, grappling with mood swings, cognitive decline, and emotional instability. Teammates have mourned those lost too soon, while fans have been forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that their heroes, whose feats inspired admiration and joy, suffered in ways the stadium lights never revealed. The unseen struggles beyond the field. Physical injury is visible. A torn ACL, broken bones, or shoulder dislocations are acknowledged, treated, and chronicled. But the psychological and neurological consequences are often invisible, even to those closest to the player. Depression, anxiety, impulse control, and cognitive decline emerge gradually, eroding quality of life. Many, like Jovan Belcher, whose murder-suicide shocked the league, demonstrate the tragic extremes of these invisible struggles. Others, like Demaryius Thomas and Vincent Jackson, remind us that neurological consequences do not wait for retirement. They strike while life is still vibrant, often without warning. The stories collectively underscore a systemic problem, a culture that historically celebrated toughness, minimized risk, and encouraged playing through pain, leaving many athletes unprepared for life after football. Whether it is financial struggles, identity crises, or neurological disease, the consequences are multifaceted and deeply human. The evolution of awareness, the cumulative impact of these stories, has not gone unnoticed. The NFL, once resistant to acknowledging the seriousness of brain trauma, has implemented rule changes, concussion protocols, and research initiatives. Lawsuits and public pressure have forced the league to confront decades of denial. Players like Chris Borland symbolize a new generation aware, proactive, and unwilling to sacrifice lifelong health for temporary glory. Yet, awareness is only the beginning. The league continues to grapple with systemic challenges, from educating youth players to monitoring long-term neurological health, from incentivizing safer techniques to addressing the culture of toughness that valorizes playing through pain. Every story we have explored, from Terrell Davis' shattered knees to Kevin Turner's Al's diagnosis adds weight to the argument that football's cost cannot be measured solely in wins and championships. Legacy and reflection. The lives of these 20 players collectively form a tapestry of courage, sacrifice, and tragedy. They remind us that football is not just a game of numbers and highlights, but of human lives exposed to risk for the thrill of competition. Super Bowl victories, Pro Bowl selections, and Hall of Fame inductions are fleeting when weighed against the lifelong consequences of repeated collisions. Yet there is resilience and purpose embedded within these stories. Many, like Dave Duerson, chose to donate their brains for research, ensuring that their suffering could educate, protect, and prevent future tragedies. Others, like Kevin Turner, became advocates for awareness and change, transforming personal struggle into public service. Even in death, their stories illuminate the urgent need for ongoing reform, research, and respect for the human beings behind the helmets. As the curtain falls on this journey, one is left with a mixture of awe and sorrow. The NFL is a world of glory and risk, triumph and sacrifice, and its heroes are not invincible. These 20 players: Terrell Davis, Jim Otto, Chris Borland, Gene Upshaw, Demaryius Thomas, Vincent Jackson, Jovan Belcher, Chuck Hughes, Chris Henry, Marion Barber, 3, Rashawn Salaam, Frank Gifford, Tyler Sash, Kevin Turner, and the others, whose stories intersected with theirs, illustrate the price of excellence in a brutal sport. We are forced to ask ourselves, how many more invisible warriors must endure silent suffering before the culture of the game fully changes? How many families must grapple with grief, loss, and unanswered questions? And how can the lessons of these tragedies shape a safer, more compassionate future for football? The answer lies in recognition, reform, and respect. Recognition of the toll the game takes, reform in policies, equipment, and medical protocols, and respect for the men whose bodies and minds carried the weight of glory. These are not abstract lessons. They are tangible imperatives, drawn from the lives, struggles, and legacies of those who have walked the field, sometimes never to walk the same way again. Football is more than a sport. It is a crucible where courage and risk collide. The stories chronicled here honor the men who gave everything, and they demand that we never forget the invisible warriors, the true cost of the game, the sacrifices that exist beyond the scoreboard, and the legacy that must compel change. For the families, the teammates, and the fans, the echoes of their courage continue. Their pain, their triumphs, and their sacrifices are permanent reminders that behind every tackle, every hit, every moment of glory, there is a human being whose life may be forever altered. This is the NFL's dark side, revealed through the lens of those who paid the ultimate price. And it is our responsibility to remember, to learn, and to act, so that the game of football can honor its heroes not just in victory, but in life.